Chapter 16, 91. A trace of irritation appeared in her body for some reason. Her bright eyes turned from pure black to scarlet. For some reason, Xiao Chen's words rang out in her mind. The righteous qi of the Confucian sect emphasized openness. Even if one had any schemes, one had to say it openly. Grandpa Tree had reached the limits of his lifespan long ago and could not use his full power to block that evil Buddha, Holy Sun. Lingering here would only attract trouble, which was not what she wanted. Zhen Xian entered deep thought. Then he revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder. This fellow killed his fellow sect members. That's why his heart was broken. At this moment, the young cat-eared girl was already standing on the wall, coldly eyeing the Holy Sun Ming Xian. After entering the temple, no matter how strong the other party was, the young cat-eared girl would not fear him. The other fiendish demons did not say a word. They attacked at the same time, surrounding the Holy Sun Ming Xian. However, it seemed like there were some restrictions preventing the Holy Sun Ming Xian from bringing out his full strength. The little strength that he displayed was not enough to make the Holy Sun Ming Xian retreat. The old face on the wall said in a deep voice, "It is the girl who came with that bladesman. No matter who you choose, you will be able to resolve this calamity." Zhen Xian's face lit up in joy. He mainly cultivated beneficence and could not kill recklessly. However, subduing demons could increase beneficence, which was very beneficial to his cultivation. "Speak. Did you see a white-clad bladesman with a stern face? If you do not speak, I will gouge out your eyes." The young cat-eared girl nodded. "I understand." The Holy Sun Ming Xian smiled and said, "Interesting. To think that a fiendish demon born in response to a calamity and considered itself the master of the temple. What dense fiendish qi! You fiendish demon indeed revealed your true form in the end." The Holy Sun Ming Xian forced his way in. Then he swept his gaze around, trying to sense the distance from Xiao Chun. However, in the next moment, hundreds of branches shot out of the ground, each of them a lethal weapon. They grew continuously and tangled together, forming a flood dragon that charged at Ming Xian. Then she fell over, dying with a remaining grievance. The Holy Sun Ming Xian revealed a smile as he swung his hand. The young cat-eared girl crashed into the wall, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the stone table in the courtyard morphed into a humanoid stone monster. He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying roar. The sound waves shook the entire palace, and many of the monks behind him fell to the ground, covering their ears in pain. However, in the blink of an eye, the cat-eared girl's expression changed greatly. The scripture echoing in her ears entered her sea of consciousness and soul. Bang! The Holy Sun Ming Xian muttered to himself. Then he shook his head and chose to give up. He looked around and said coldly, "Come out then. Stop hiding. I'll deal with them in one go." Soon, the monks said joyfully, "Senior brother Zhenxian, there are 5 wisdom tea leaves and a bottle of Buddhist sage pills in his spatial ring." Withered yellow tree branches hung from the walls. This was where the star venerate level tree spirit was. The Holy Sun Ming Xian frowned slightly. It looked like the rumors were true. There were indeed star venerate level fiendish demons in this Buddha-seeking platform. A palm imprint smashed over, completely shattering the branches, turning them into countless tree splinters that fluttered in all directions. The cat-eared girl, who was doing her best to suppress the fiendish demon blood in her body, showed an extremely unsightly expression. When she saw Zhen Xian charge in, she could no longer control herself. Wang Su was at the brink of death. Although he held his sword and did his best, The many monks still beat him until he was covered in wounds. Furthermore, Zhan Xian did not even make a move. His heart shattered, and the fiendish qi invaded him. Zhan Xian's life force quickly faded. He looked at the terrifying cat-eared girl covered in scarlet light, filled with dissatisfaction. The cat-eared girl said coldly, showing no expression on her face. However, there was an inviolable will in this place that interfered with his mental energy, preventing him from sensing it. After thinking for a while, she came to an answer and quickly left this place. I can see the answer in your eyes. Tell me, where is he? Ming Xian asked with a smile as he pressed forward. The holy sun, Ming Xian, floated in the air, showing an outstanding grace and an indescribable grace. Some of the more serious ones even had a tyrannical nature, living off killing. No matter what, they could not break free. However, the immortal epoch was destroyed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation no longer existed. The world was in chaos, and the immortal qi was no longer pure. No fiendish demon could break free from the tainted immortal qi in their bloodlines. Unyielding might, unyielding might. Panic filled the holy sun Ming Xian's face, fear and confusion. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The cat-eared girl became even more terrifying. A dense scarlet light spread from her body, looking exceptionally strange. That evil Buddha, holy sun, drew out all the fiendish blood in your body, causing the end of your life. It is almost exactly as the prophecy said. It depends on your choice, whether you choose a bladesman with a pure heart or the azure lotus holy daughters Nirmanakia. Both can resolve your calamity. The many monks behind paled in fright. They cried out in horror and fled in all directions. The cat-eared girl found this strange. She asked, the azure lotus holy daughters Nirmanakia? Wang Su, who was on the ground, showed an unsightly expression. He felt incredibly ashamed and boundless regret. However, the claw mark on his chest caused him incredible pain. At this moment, he could not even get up. The holy sun, Ming Xian, withdrew his hand and snorted coldly. A look of deep disdain flashed on his face. The shattered rocks on the ground slowly gathered with much difficulty. She did not die. The holy sun, Ming Xian, was not trying to purify her. Instead, he was using the scriptures to draw out the innately tainted bloodline of fiendish demons. Unyielding might. Once one grasped the Confucian sect's holy words, one would become stronger the stronger one would be. This would allow one's combat prowess to increase greatly in a short time. This was one of the Confucian sect disciples' life-saving means. It was extremely difficult to successfully cultivate. Rumor had it that the Azure Lotus Church's sect ancestor had 3,000 Nirmanakia cultivating in the world at the same time. When the 3,000 Nirmanakia obtained the Tao and merged with their true bodies, they could attain a supreme great Tao. A Buddha is born from the heart. All things are fated. You can use this to become a Buddha. You are just a golden jade on the outside, but rotten on the inside. You even used an evil technique to temper your physical body. Let's see how you are going to destroy your mortal body in the future and achieve a dermic body. Grandpa Tree, the people with a pure heart and a dark heart in the ancient Buddhist prophecy have all appeared, the cat-eared girl said with difficulty as she leaned against the wall with a pained expression. Wang Su used the holy words of the Confucian sect once again. However, he was horrified to discover that his righteous qi did not improve. However, just at this moment, a tree branch suddenly appeared on the ground, charging at Ming Xian at lightning speed. The Nirmanakia was born according to the emotions of the world's sentient beings. It might be completely different from the true body's character. They might not be the same person at all. This divine vein powerhouse has opened at least 6 apertures. Otherwise, the will that he left behind would not be so strong. The holy sun Ming Xian's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed, barely dodging. 3 black crows descended from the withered old tree and turned into 3 strange people covered in feathers. On the other side, the cat-eared girl showed a pained expression as she did her best to suppress the berserk aura in her body. Covered in a scarlet light, she arrived at an ancient wall behind the temple. The cat-eared girl revealed a cold, mocking smile. Isn't this person too naive? If he wants to purify me, he needs to be at least a cloud sea realm cultivator. This place does not welcome you. Sir, please leave. Back then, the evil Buddha Holy Sun felt disdainful. Now, he was right. After killing his fellow sect member, he could not even use unyielding might anymore. Evil Buddha Holy Sun, go. Don't let the filth on your body contaminate this ancient cloud temple. The fiendish demons of the world all appeared after the destruction of the immortal epoch with immortal chi. This was what it meant to be born in response to a calamity. Your black star cat's eyes are really pretty good. Thanks to your fate with Buddha, you can actually see my heart. That is something that even the profound light temple's abbot could not discover. Zhen Xian put away the tea leaves and distributed the medicinal pills to the others. Then he looked coldly at Wang Su and said, "You are just a pitiful worm. Just live and die on your own. There is no need for me to break my abstinence for you." Ha ha, that startled me. It turns out that your heart is broken and you cannot use the holy words of the Confucian sect. A Buddha image sat on a lotus platform behind Zhen Xian. This Buddha image also held Buddhist prayer beads and threw a palm strike. Without even thinking, Zhen Xian raised his arms, and the divine eagle bathed in Buddhist light soared into the sky. With one step, it arrived before the cat-eared girl. Whoosh! The holy sun Ming Xian waved his hand and sent out an intense, piercing Buddhist light, blasting the stone monster into countless pieces of rubble that fell to the ground. A star-venerate-level fiendish demon? Unyielding might. The cat-eared girl looked at Xiao Chun with bloodshot eyes. After pausing for a moment, her figure flashed, heading straight for the back of the temple. The cat-eared girl did not get angry. She continued to look at the holy sun Ming Xian coldly, with a trace of disgust in her eyes. Zhen Xian laughed loudly and attacked at lightning speed, thoroughly injuring Wang Su to the point where he could no longer fight. Then he said coldly, "Search his body." In front of Hui Xian Hall, the Azure Lotus Church came from the Buddhist and Taoist religions. They believed in the Ajati matriarch. They were very strong and had many believers. However, the Buddhist and Taoist religions did not like them. The so-called Nirmanakya was similar to the Taoist religion's incarnation. However, it was different. Under the boundless might, the terrifying flood dragon formed by intertwining tree branches suddenly shattered, turning into its shavings that drifted down like white snow. A white figure descended silently. As Xiao Chun held the Buddhist Sarira pearls, he happened to see the scene of the cat-eared girl killing Zhen Xian. The cat-eared girl roared and used her greatest willpower to jump off the wall, no longer daring to stop the holy sun Ming Xian. "You want to convert me?" The hand hidden in Zhen Xian's sleeve stretched out at lightning speed. Every fingernail was scarlet, 1 centimeter long, and incredibly sharp. This was the original sin of fiendish demons. They were born in response to a calamity, born impure. Suddenly, Zhen Xian's expression changed when he felt a terrifying fiendish qi. Zhen Xian swept his gaze across and happened to see the cat-eared girl giving off an increasingly dense scarlet light. 3 unremarkable stalks of grass on the ground swayed gently and turned into 2 cold, youthful girls. A handsome man walked out of the bamboo forest in the distance, holding a long sword in his hand. Zhen Xian's sword pierced through Zhen Xian's chest. Then he ferociously grabbed and crushed Zhen Xian's heart. An old face appeared on the wall. A few willows fell down, soothing the young cat-eared girl's violent heart. As the holy sun, Ming Xian, walked over step by step, his gentle appearance became exceptionally terrifying in the young cat-eared girl's eyes. The young cat-eared girl hid her hands in her sleeves. She did not even look at Zhen Xian's group, wanting to walk past them. A string of Buddhist prayer beads appeared on the holy sun Ming Xian's right hand. Then he held the Buddhist prayer beads between his index and middle fingers and formed a hand seal. The holy sun Ming Xian smiled faintly and gently fiddled with the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. Then he recited a scripture and said, "As I have heard, all life is sinful. The Buddhist Dharma is boundless, delivering all life from suffering." Could it be that the person she chose to resolve her calamity was not Xiao Chen? Wang Su was very talented, having succeeded in practicing it half a year ago. However, he discovered that he could not use it now. You want to debate Buddhist principles with me? Unfortunately, I do not have time to debate with you now. I will use a faster method. Xiao Chen said that the holy sun Ming Xian was narrow-minded but pretended to be magnanimous. There was no need to fear him. The stone monster spoke in the human language with a coarse voice. Ming Xian said with a smile, as if he was joking, "Stop nagging. Don't force me." His final battlefield would definitely be the central great realm, where geniuses gathered and the outstanding talents of the great desolate 100 races. The heavens would not disappoint those who set their minds to it. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. With a thought, the black and white Taiji diagram, formed by yang essence energy and yin essence energy in his dantian, slowly merged and shrank. After being cleansed by hundreds of jasmine flowers, his yin and yang essence had become extremely pure, sparkling, and translucent, emitting a silk-like luster. This was especially true for the yang essence refined from the sky yang pill. It was originally contaminated with the residue of the pill, so the problem could be big or small. After this round of cleansing, the dregs of the pill were completely expelled from the body. There was no longer any hidden danger. Since the Yang Yuan and Yin Yuan energies were too vast and pure, the process of merging Xiao Chen's 3 Yuan energies into one was rather slow. Hua, around him, an even vaster black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared, dancing light and shadow, flickering and disappearing. Amidst the light and shadow, the entire world alternated between black and white, and a unique Tao rhythm circulated. A Taoist rhyme that was different from the Buddhist might was exceptionally mysterious, causing one's imagination to run wild. Time passed by the minute and second. Although Xiao Chen's progress was slow, it went smoothly, without any obstructions at all. This was how a breakthrough came naturally. When the bottleneck was no longer there, one just had to let nature take its course. 4 hours later, the yin essence energy, yang essence energy, and veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian had already shrunk to the size of a palm. The light they gave off was boundlessly resplendent. The light shone through Xiao Chen's body. His bones, flesh, skin, and even his soul all received great benefits in the process of merging the 3 yuan energies into one. The flickering light on the surface of Xiao Chen's body intertwined with the surrounding Taiji diagram, vaguely connecting with the entire world. This was the fiendish demon battlefield. Not only was the space here of a higher level, but the spiritual energy here was also several times that of the outside world. Breaking through here was much better than breaking through in a blessed land. This was something that Xiao Chun had not expected. After another 7 minutes, the extremely condensed yang essence energy and yin essence energy finally merged into his veritable essence energy. Whoosh! The Taiji diagram, which originally circulated extremely slowly, spun violently at 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster than before. Thousands of beams of golden light shot out from Xiao Chen's body, illuminating the surrounding 50 kilometers like it was daytime. Xiao Chen could clearly see every blade of grass and tree in the surroundings. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had chosen a desolate place in the fiendish demon battlefield, where the situation was constantly changing. Such a large commotion did not attract the attention of others. As that light spun, Xiao Chun felt a brand new veritable essence energy flow continuously in his meridians. Strong energy filled his entire body, making Xiao Chun feel his strength erupting rapidly. This continued for an entire hour before the feeling of his strength increasing abruptly came to a stop. The boundless light in the surroundings suddenly withdrew, returning to his body as if nothing had happened. When the light vanished, Xiao Chen looked within himself and discovered a fingernail-sized crystal primal core in his dantian. The primal core had 9 golden stars carved on its surface. Each golden star flickered with light. Upon closer inspection, it was piercing and bright. One could not look directly at it. A 9-star primal core. This was the most perfect advancement. Even in the great 1,000 realms, it would allow one to look down on the many outstanding talents. Xiao Chen could not help revealing joy in his heart. After leaving the Kunlun realm and experiencing all sorts of things, he finally managed to condense this primal core. Looking at that completely solidified crystal, Xiao Chun rejoiced. His cultivation directly soared to peak minor primal core realm. When one first entered the primal core realm was mostly soft. There would even be some viscous, veritable essence energy inside. A completely solidified crystal was the mark of peak minor primal core realm. One more step, and one would reach the major primal core realm. Only by successfully breaking through could one increase the capacity of the primal core realm. That required continuous tempering, merging the primal core with the power of the world. This was an extremely important step. Many people would never be able to cross this hurdle in their entire lives. However, Xiao Chun felt that his 9-star primal core could contain much more veritable essence energy than that of a regular major primal core expert. Every shining golden star was condensed with incomparably pure quintessential essence. Most regular primal core cultivators had only 2 or 3 golden stars. Even in the blessed lands, those with more than 5 golden stars were extremely rare. Rumor had it that Shangguan Lei had only condensed 6 golden stars, and he already stood at the top of his generation in the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and an irrepressible tyranny burst out from them. His aura felt like he had been reborn. This was not something that Xiao Chen liked. However, He had just advanced to the primal core realm and could not control it as he pleased. The tyranny and strength of a 9-star primal core could not be easily hidden. Shangguan Lei was incredibly tyrannical, making many people not dare to meet his gaze, aside from his Thunder Dao and his irascible character. A large part of the reason was his 6-star primal core, which formlessly suppressed others. When I run into that holy Sun Ming Xian again, I can give him a huge surprise. Xiao Chun was a proud person. Although he was not willing to show it to others, he could not help but feel dissatisfied after being suppressed so miserably by someone of the same generation. Xiao Chun indeed had the capital to feel dissatisfied. A half-step primal core cultivator was already at a huge disadvantage against an early-stage major primal core cultivator like the holy Sun Ming Xian. Now that Xiao Chun had broken through, it could barely be considered a fair fight. Xiao Chun shifted his gaze and looked in the direction of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. He muttered to himself, "I have to go and find a good saber that suits me." If Xiao Chun had a Dao tool earlier, he would not have ended up in such an awkward situation where he could not injure the holy Sun Ming Xian even after he struck him. "Who is it?" Suddenly, Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. After advancing to the primal core realm, his senses were extremely sharp. Even the tiniest changes within 50 kilometers could not escape his notice. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground and leaped several kilometers, landing at the place where the sound came from. He saw a white cat filled with wild mist stepping on the ground. It did not make any sound as it leaped around extremely quickly. Xiao Chun recognized this white cat. It was that young cat-eared girl. When her fiendish qi erupted, she had drawn a strange mark on his forehead before vanishing. Xiao Chun had nearly forgotten about this matter. She came at the right time. The young cat-eared girl's intelligent, black, gem-like eyes revealed a surprised expression when she saw Xiao Chun. She was surprised that Xiao Chun had discovered her in advance. What was more, she was surprised that Xiao Chun's strength had changed so much in just half a day. Chapter 16, 96. As his aura locked onto the white cat, Xiao Chun showed a cautious expression. The scene of the other party killing Zhen Xian with one claw was still fresh in his mind. The feeling that the transformed white cat gave Xiao Chun was even more horrifying than that of the holy Sun Ming Xian. "Why are you so cautious? The fiend blood in my body has already entered your body." The cat-eared girl's body swayed as she turned back into a pretty young girl. Then she looked at Xiao Chun with a displeased expression. "What?" This startled Xiao Chun. These words were truly unexpected, somewhat hard to accept. When Xiao Chun thought of the other party's appearance after transforming, his heart could not help but tremble. He did not want to end up like that. The young cat-eared girl rolled her eyes at Xiao Chun and said, "You gain something, yet you still want to act innocent. You sect disciples are all like that." When Xiao Chun heard this, he felt somewhat speechless. He ignored the other party and closed his eyes, using his spiritual sense to check for the power of his bloodline. Aside from the familiar blue dragon bloodline, there was only ordinary human bloodline. There was no other strange bloodline. Is she lying? Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and he opened his eyes. He discovered that the other party did not show any intention of attacking him when he closed his eyes. Her expression did not change, either. Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "You came to me just to talk about this?" "I did not sense any fiendish demon bloodline. You can go now." The young cat-eared girl was not surprised. She looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Naturally, the current you cannot sense that noble fiendish demon bloodline. It will slowly appear as you grow stronger." Fiendish demons are born in response to calamities. They are naturally impure. You are already an impure person. In the future, You have to be wary of others drawing out the fiendish demon bloodline in your body. However, you have a heart of innocence that has been tempered 1,000 times. Even if it is drawn out, you will not end up in a sorry state like I did. Seeing the other party speak so seriously, Xiao Chen's expression slowly turned grave. He checked again, but still did not find anything strange. There's no need to worry too much. To you, this noble fiendish demon bloodline is definitely more beneficial than harmful. Xiao Chun slapped his forehead and said, "All right, I'll believe you for now. Can you tell me where you came from?" The cat-eared girl calmly said, "I never lie. You should have believed me. I am a stray cat that the old abbot of the ancient cloud temple took in. After the ancient cloud temple declined, the seven-aperture sovereign emperor brought me into the fiendish demon battlefield." Xiao Chun was startled. The old abbot of ancient cloud temple was that nameless ancient temple? As for sovereign emperors, Xiao Chun had heard of them. After entering the divine vein realm, they would be addressed as sovereign emperors. They were between sovereign personages and martial gods, so they were qualified to be addressed as sovereign emperors. I'm the only fiendish demon in the great 1,000 worlds with the original fiendish demon blood flowing in my veins. Of course, I'm no longer one. I had no intention of transferring my bloodline to you, but you ruined my plans time and time again, so I had no choice but to forcefully transfer it to you. It's actually better to leave it for the owner of that Nirmanakia. I can feel that her real body is also full of desire for the demon blood. Xiao Chun came to a sudden realization. So, when he attacked Yang Qing back then, he wanted to transfer the demon blood to her. If he hadn't saved her, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. However, the old abbot said that everything has a cause and effect. You definitely have a fate with Buddha. Back then, when he transferred this demon blood to me, he said that the next owner of the demon blood would definitely be someone with a fate with Buddha. The little cat blinked as it looked at Xiao Chun. However, it could not see how he had a fate with Buddha. I've already said what I needed to say. Goodbye. After saying what needed to be said, the young cat-eared girl turned back into a white cat and quickly left Xiao Chen's sight. A fate with Buddha. It seemed like the lingering soul of the Mahesvara Buddha that Xiao Chun met in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm had said something similar. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had coincidentally obtained the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. It seemed like he really had a fate with Buddha. It was impossible for him to have a fate with Buddha for no reason. Never mind. I'll worry about this in the future. Right now, the most important thing is to go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion. I still don't know if the demon blood is real or fake. Xiao Chun had always been decisive when doing things. He knew what was important and what was not. He would not be indecisive. After checking his bloodline again, Xiao Chun set his mind on his way to the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Now that Xiao Chen's strength had increased significantly, he discovered that he could travel very fast. He could leap high in this fiendish demon battlefield without any obstructions. Xiao Chun pushed off with his feet. Without needing to gather veritable essence energy, he easily traversed 1 kilometer. After a while, the towering 10,000 weapon pavilion appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Thousands of strands of complete great Tao energy descended from the top of the pavilion, forming a 7-colored light that competed with each other. When Xiao Chen arrived at the entrance, he felt heavy pressure and found it difficult to move. He had to circulate his veritable essence energy before he could adapt. The vast Tao might extinguish the complacency in Xiao Chen's heart after he advanced. Before the great Tao, he was still far from it. Xiao Chen calmly entered the first floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Naturally, there were no good weapons on the first floor, only some superior grade profound weapons. However, Those that could catch the attention of a divine vein powerhouse were naturally peak quality superior grade profound weapons. Aside from these, there were some special superior grade profound weapons that would attract the attention of the cultivators here. Those were the profound weapons that some sovereign personages or sovereign emperors once used. As far as Xiao Chen knew, there were 3 grades of weapons: profound weapons, treasure weapons, and Dao weapons. For now, Xiao Chen did not know what weapons were stronger than Dao weapons. Profound weapons were the weakest. However, they were weapons that ordinary veritable personages and primal core venerates used. Those sovereign personages and sovereign emperors must have used profound weapons when they were young. If one could obtain a profound weapon that they used, there would definitely be some Dao left behind. After comprehending it, one would gain many benefits. Hence, although the hall on the first floor was filled with profound weapons, there were many sect disciples who seriously chose and broke the restrictions. There was no competition here. If one was lucky and obtained a superior grade profound weapon that a sovereign personage used, it would be a great gain. It would not be inferior to a treasure weapon. Every weapon floating in the air looked like it was hovering. However, restrictions surrounded it. One could only draw the weapon after breaking the restrictions. However, the restrictions on the first floor were rather simple. They were not difficult for the cultivators who came here. Xiao Chen raised his foot. The moment he stepped into the hall, the various sect disciples who were choosing weapons felt an instinctive threat. Their bodies instinctively felt threatened, and they either turned their heads or turned around to look at the entrance. Who is this person? He is just a minor primal core venerate. Why does he give off such great pressure? Clang! Just as many people felt confused, 10 sabers of the thousands of weapons floating in the air in the hall unsheathed themselves and stabbed into the ground around Xiao Chen. The sabers trembled and buzzed endlessly. A strange saber intent spread out uncontrollably. It is the Tao left behind by a sovereign personage. These are all profound weapons that a sovereign personage once used. Damn! Where did this white-clad person come from? We worked so hard, but could not find a profound weapon that a sovereign personage used. The moment he arrived, he delivered it to us. The 100-odd disciples in the hall all showed shocked expressions as they looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. If not for the special reason that he could not find a Dao tool that he liked, Xiao Chen would not have taken such a risk. However, Xiao Chen would never compromise. The saber was a bladesman's second life. All the more, he could not afford to be careless. He absolutely could not choose a random saber. If he wanted to choose, he had to choose one that he liked. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring out the full might of the saber. A vast Tao might surged over. Xiao Chen felt like he was carrying a mountain as he soared into the air. The pressure was immense. Whoosh! Suddenly, for some reason, a prideful sword drew out by 1 centimeter. A strand of intense, dazzling light, accompanied by a strand of sword chi, stabbed at Xiao Chen. This caught Xiao Chen off guard, startling him. Fortunately, he had been careful, remaining cautious. Xiao Chun threw a punch with all his might, shattering this strand of sword chi. However, his fist was dripping with blood. The injury was too horrible to look at. Even his bones were exposed. This showed how sharp the sword light was. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword chi shattered into countless pieces that flew in all directions, creating a strong gust of wind that caused the environment in the 7th floor to become even worse. This brat is really seeking death. The other male Confucian scholar, Gong Sun Pe, shook his head and continued subduing the sword that caught his eye. Slowly, Xiao Chun figured out the pattern. After he reached a certain height, he would get attacked by a Dao tool every 100 meters. Hence, after ascending for less than 1 kilometer, Xiao Chun was already riddled with wounds. His white robes were stained with blood. Slowly, the expressions of the others changed as they looked at Xiao Chun. They all felt a horror in their hearts. This white-clad man's will was too tenacious. The Dao tools here were the best of the best, not much different from each other. There was no need to fly so high and take such a huge risk, all for the sake of a saber that caught their eye. The Dao tools that these people chose were not to their liking. However, as long as they were passable, it would be fine. As long as one could bring out a Dao tool, it would already be an incredible matter. It would definitely shake up the entire Grave Sea. In the future, one would be confident of advancing to the Cloud Sea realm, gaining boundless glory. Xiao Chen's stubbornness was truly foolish. Where did this fellow come from? Why does he not have the air of a famous sect at all? Hua Yunfeng's heart pounded. Right now, Xiao Chun looked like a barbarian to him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spear appeared at lightning speed, thrusting at Xiao Chun in an irregular manner. A spot of cold light flashed in the surroundings. The expressions of the 7 people below changed. This spear was too fast and too cold. It was merciless. They could not dodge it. The piercing cold light made everyone close their eyes involuntarily. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that Xiao Chun had already grasped the spear. However, Xiao Chun forcefully pushed the spearhead back by 2 centimeters, avoiding a vital point and stabbing into his shoulder. Cold chi entered Xiao Chen's body, and the great Dao energy of the ice Dao spread throughout his body. His body immediately wobbled, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. His 9-star primal core bore the brunt of the attack, getting sealed in ice. Xiao Chen's limbs turned cold, and his entire body turned stiff. His body slowly fell. The ice froze his other injuries, making him completely numb. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spear still trembled endlessly. Even after the sudden strike, its energy did not diminish. Instead, it poured into Xiao Chen's body in an unending stream. I've gone too far. Despair welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. His limbs turned numb. It felt like even his blood was frozen. He could not activate his great, desolate Ian bloodline even if he wanted to. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen's consciousness turned hazy, a bright saber light flashed above the Dao tool pillar. Xiao Chen's originally lifeless eyes caught sight of this saber light and saw half of the Dao tool. In the next moment, the saber light vanished, and he could no longer see it. An intense, irrepressible desire immediately welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's the Dao tool that I spent so much effort to find. I absolutely cannot give up here. I absolutely cannot. Chapter 1700. The most tenacious will from the bottom of his heart allowed Xiao Chun to withstand this boundless pressure, not giving up even in the face of adversity. Influenced by this will, the frozen blood in Xiao Chen's body slowly started to surge and flow in his body once more. After recovering his qi and blood, Xiao Chen used all his strength and shouted. Then, he grabbed the spear with his right hand and ferociously pulled it out. Like he was venting, He tossed the spear to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Frost froze all over Xiao Chen's body and fell to the ground. He regained his mobility, and the energy of his 9-star primal core broke through the ice. In the next moment, Xiao Chen circulated his veritable essence energy, expelling 80% of the cold qi. A resplendent flame burned on Xiao Chen's palms. Hua Yunfeng, who was about to make a move to save Xiao Chen, felt startled when he saw this scene and stopped. After tossing the spear away, Xiao Chen's aura soared. He roared ferociously and flew forward at lightning speed, heading for the treasure saber that interested him. Could this fellow have really succeeded? Such a scene, a startling counterattack, excited the others. Some of them felt anticipation, some of them envious, and a faint murderous intent lingered in their hearts. Xiao Chen, who was going against the flow, made a breakthrough in his aura, reaching a whole new level. This made his aura flourish, saber light, and Tao might spread all over his body. His white robes were stained with blood, adding to his elegance. His body was covered in wounds, showing his glory. The only woman present could not help but reveal a hint of admiration in her eyes. Compared to the elegant and scholarly Wang Yueming, this person seemed to be more manly. The heavenly shaking mountains, Wang Yueming was handsome, elegant, and outstanding. He was the dream lover of many women in the heavenly shaking mountain. Of course, this woman only felt this out of pure admiration and did not have any other intentions. She did not even have any other thoughts about Wang Yueming. This person's name was Bai Yu. Before entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he was one of Wang Yueming's 3 great opponents. I see it. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. After reaching 2 kilometers, he peered through the layers of Tao might and saw the treasure saber that was imprinted in his heart. The saber was sheathed. It was 4 feet long, straight and tough. It was an extended Tao tool that looked like a horizontal saber. Perfect, other than perfect. Xiao Chen couldn't think of any other words to describe it. This was the companion he dreamed of. Bang! But just as he got close, the saber suddenly moved. With lightning speed, the end of the scabbard stabbed into Xiao Chen's chest. Puchi! In the air, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he plummeted toward the ground at a speed several times faster than when he had arrived. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Xiao Chen felt as though his entire back was falling apart. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. Pooh! When the scholar named Nanjin saw Xiao Chen's miserable appearance after falling from the heavens to the bottom of the valley, he could not help but mock him. I thought he was some kind of shocking figure, but it turns out that he's only SOSO. Hee hee. Nanjin smiled coldly and ignored him, continuing to subdue her Tao tools. However, Xiao Chen's Tao tool did not look like it would submit at all. After it exhausted its energy and stamina, failure was only a matter of time. Hua Yunfeng walked over with a bitter smile. He stretched out his hand and said, "I respect you for being a man." Xiao Chen, who had fallen to the ground, was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. When he heard this, he could not help but smile. He took Hua Yunfeng's hand and pulled him up. Xiao Chen took out the 2 medicinal pills that Yi Zifeng left behind. Xiao Chen consumed one and gave the other to Hua Yunfeng. Phoenix Blood Pill. This is the holy pill for treating injuries that martial grand uncle obtained in the Great Thousand Realms. Hua Yunfeng smelled it and immediately recognized it. However, he did not accept it. You are not keeping it for yourself. Given your tenacity, even if you fail again, you will not give up, right? Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly and said, "I already consumed it twice. If I consume it again, the effects will be much weaker." Most importantly, I only have one chance. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that the saber would only give him one more chance. If he failed, he would never succeed. It would be very difficult for Xiao Chen to gather his aura 3 times. Doing it in one go would be the best. However, Xiao Chen failed. It was hard to avoid his aura weakening a second time. A third time, no matter how strong his will was, it would hit rock bottom. Some things could not be changed by a person's will. After all, the body was made of flesh and blood. When Hua Yinfeng heard that, he accepted the Phoenix blood pill. That is too unfortunate. You should choose something else. It might not be the best. Xiao Chen's eyes blazed with determination. I do not know if it is the best or not. I only know that it is most suitable for me. If I cannot obtain it, I will leave the 10,000 weapon pavilion. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? Hua Yunfeng could not help feeling stunned for a while as he watched Xiao Chen focus on treating his injuries, not discouraged at all. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? Hua Yunfeng muttered to himself, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Bai Yu, who had been paying attention to the two, was also stunned for a while. What is the point of obtaining it if I do not love it? The others had long since stopped paying attention to Xiao Chen. They did not believe that Xiao Chen, who fell to the ground in a sorry state from that gentle strike, had any chance. As Xiao Chen closed his eyes and treated his injuries, he quickly thought about the reasons for his earlier failure. The first was that he was too severely injured and lacked experience. He got injured the first time he encountered the Dao Tool's attack. After that, he continuously dodged every 100 meters, accumulating strength, causing his injuries to erupt. By the time he got close to that treasured saber, his combat prowess was already less than 20%. The second was that he did not expect that Dao Tool's attack speed to be so fast and ferocious. The Dao Tool did not give Xiao Chen a chance to react at all, stabbing him down. The final reason was that Xiao Chen's will was not strong enough. The instant the Dao Tool struck him, the cold assaulted his body. Xiao Chen's primal core and blood froze. His first reaction was to give up. After entering this door, he had already given up on life and death. If he still gave up, he would simply be lying to himself. Whether he truly had the boldness to risk his life or not, whether he truly had the determination to go all out in one go, was the key to success. Did he? Yes. Xiao Chen asked himself 3 times in his heart. Each time, it penetrated deep into his soul, into his bones, and into the surging hot-bloodedness in his entire body. After repeating it 3 times, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the treasured saber at the top. Xiao Chen did not hesitate at all. With a howl, he charged up decisively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Xiao Chen ascended, he resisted the pressure, advancing without retreating. As he ascended, the Dao Tools along the way attacked him continuously every 100 meters. However, this time, Xiao Chen did not dodge. The more he dodged, the more cautious he became. Under the suppression of the Dao might above him, his injuries became even more severe. This was because every moment he delayed worsened his injuries by 100-fold. As Xiao Chen ascended, he absorbed all the attacks from the Dao Tools. However, because he was too slow, his injuries only accumulated and did not erupt. His combat prowess did not decrease. It was as if a monstrous flood had accumulated to a terrifying degree, but it had just touched the dam. The moment it touched the dam, it was safe. In the next moment, when the flood's energy erupted, the dam would collapse. Right now, Xiao Chen felt the same way. He only had 3 seconds to recover to his peak state. In these 3 seconds, the accumulated injuries would erupt, and his injuries would be even more severe than the previous time. However, these 3 seconds were sufficient. These 3 seconds were what Xiao Chun lacked. He looked at the unruly Dao tool and saw the treasured saber stabbing at him at lightning speed again, without hesitation. With Xiao Chen's peak combat prowess, the lightning-fast speed of that treasured saber seemed much slower in Xiao Chen's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grabbed it firmly before the Dao tool could injure him. Rumble! The treasured saber struggled continuously in Xiao Chen's hand. The entire hall of the 7th floor started shaking intensely. The treasured saber erupted with startling energy. Xiao Chen showed a ferocious expression as he gritted his teeth. Veins popped out on his arms as he refused to let go. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. It looked like the 3 seconds would be up soon. The horrifying injuries from dozens of Dao tools would erupt. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's clear eyes shone with a golden light. He opened his great, desolate divine eyes and instantly activated his blue dragon bloodline. The tyrannical dragon, might of the ancient blue dragon, spread out from Xiao Chen's body. He shouted ferociously, sounding like a true dragon roaring. "Get down!" Xiao Chen held the treasured saber with his right hand and ferociously pulled it down. Bang! 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 The Dao tools formed a circular pillar. As Xiao Chun descended at lightning speed, there was a loud sound. Boundless Dao might fluctuated, and the descending Dao tools were knocked away by Xiao Chun. Dang! The final second passed. Xiao Chun knelt on one knee while holding the scabbard. He stabbed the end of the scabbard into the ground. All the injuries and the repercussions of activating the blue dragon bloodline erupted. Xiao Chun could no longer hold back. All the skin on his body ruptured, and blood spurted out. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the scabbard and slowly fell. The blood washed away the dust, revealing an ancient word on the scabbard. Tyrant! From the moment Xiao Chun opened his eyes to the moment he landed, only 6 seconds had passed. Many people turned their heads and discovered that Xiao Chun was already holding a Dao tool. He tyrannically knocked away hundreds of Dao tools before landing on one knee. A berserk aura spread out. Together with the blood-soaked Xiao Chun, everyone was startled. Nanjing, who had chuckled at Xiao Chun earlier, was stupefied. Her eyes nearly fell out. What's going on? The 3 monks blocked the aftershock of Xiao Chen's landing. Their expressions were as shocked as if they had seen the Kasyapa Buddha. Their movements completely froze. Hua Yinfeng felt somewhat agitated, showing an excited expression. Xiao Chen really did it. The heavenly shaking mountains by you looked around at the Dao tools that Xiao Chun knocked away. He felt somewhat speechless. This person was truly too tyrannical, too ruthless. They were already ruthless enough, daring to take the risk and enter the 7th floor. However, compared to Xiao Chun, they were far from comparable. At the same time, the hundreds of layers of Dao might encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion were also disrupted. The Dao might went out of control, and a berserk aura swept out in all directions, stirring up winds and clouds. The entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled. A terrifying, mysterious phenomenon enveloped the 10,000 weapon pavilion, spreading to every corner of the fiendish demon battlefield. Amid this chaotic and mixed Dao might, only a tyrannical aura was exceptionally clear. Everyone who felt it trembled in fear. Chapter 17:01. On the 7th floor of the 10,000 weapon pavilion, Xiao Chun held the tyrant saber. His entire body was bathed in blood, on the verge of collapse. Not only were there many different great Dao energies in the injuries that had accumulated in his body, but there were also great Dao energies that were either icy cold, scorching hot, lightning, or disdain. There were dozens of great Dao energies, not just one. There were also the repercussions of activating the blue dragon bloodline. When the layers of great Tao energies exploded together, it was like a dam bursting, unstoppable. Xiao Chen's strong blue dragon war body and strong and resilient physique were like a dam bursting in a flood. Xiao Chen allowed the many terrifying Tao energies to run rampant in his body. His body was like a pool of stagnant water. If he did not control it, it would be extremely horrifying. In the next moment, he would explode and die. This was not an exaggeration at all. The might of a Tao tool was horrifying in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Chen endured dozens of different great Tao energies in one go. When they layered over each other, it could be said that his body was filled with demons. All the blood vessels in Xiao Chen's body burst, and blood oozed out of his body. He looked like a horrifying blood person. Hua Yunfeng reacted quickly. While the others were still in a daze, he took advantage of this chaotic moment. His figure flashed and arrived beside Xiao Chen. Then he placed a palm strike on Xiao Chen's back. At this crucial moment, Hua Yunfeng sent a mouthful of warm veritable essence energy into Xiao Chen's body. Hua Yunfeng was fire attributed in the first place. Although he did not comprehend the fire Tao, he already grasped the flame domain and could control fire energy as he pleased. This mouthful of warm veritable essence energy was a life-saving straw. It temporarily neutralized the various chaotic great Tao energies in Xiao Chen's body. It gave the body a precious chance to catch a breath, and the originally stagnant body functions began to improve. Xiao Chen's originally stagnant body was like a highly efficient and precise machine moving slowly. Whoosh! Just at this moment, many murderous gazes landed on Xiao Chen at the same time. The appearance of a Tao tool would definitely change the ranking of the three Blessed Lands geniuses. To put it more accurately, it might even affect the ranking of the various factions for the next few hundred years. Be it to themselves or to their sex, it would have a direct impact. The outstanding talents here, be it the monks or the heavenly shaking mountains Confucian scholars, were all decisive and intelligent people. They instantly felt a murderous intent. You leave first. I'll hold them off for a while. There was no point in saying anything more. Hua Yunfeng turned around and arrived before Xiao Chen. Then he threw a palm strike and sent Xiao Chen flying toward the entrance of the 7th floor. Hua Yunfeng had always been a calm and scheming person. He cherished his reputation. His character was very well demonstrated on the Thunder Controlling Peak. He would help Xiao Chen to the best of his ability. Beyond a certain price, they would consider all sorts of consequences and make their move. But now, when it came to the interests of the sect, he was incomparably decisive. At this moment, they had to protect Xiao Chen. No matter what, a Tao soldier had landed in their sect. It was definitely better than ending up in the hands of the other sects, even if they did not obtain the Tao tool. After sending Hua Yunfeng flying with a palm strike, Xiao Chen leaped into the air, using the momentum to leap out of the entrance. He turned his head and looked deeply at Hua Yunfeng, who had helped him delay the others. This person was worth befriending. With just a glance, he quickly turned around. Given the current situation, if he stayed here, he would definitely die. Not only would he not be able to help the other party, but he would also be a burden. Hua Yunfeng probably had some life-saving means and would not die so easily. The instant Xiao Chen turned his head back, his face sank. He discovered that the valiant female disciple of the heavenly shaking mountain was already waiting here. Baiyu was very intelligent. After she sighed when Xiao Chen obtained the Tao tool, she immediately knew that this was an opportunity. Her figure flashed out of the chaotic 7th floor and arrived at the entrance, waiting for her prey. Xiao Chen's first reaction was to draw his saber. However, when he did so, he could not draw it out of its scabbard. A stunned expression appeared on his face. A confident smile appeared on Bayou's face. It looks like you did not have time to completely subdue this saber. Hand it over, then. Boom. However, who knew, after Xiao Chun revealed a stunned expression, he simply held the sheathed tyrant saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. This saber shattered the heart, shattering oneself first before shattering others. Xiao Chun was already injured to begin with. When his heart shattered, all sorts of intense pain appeared, pushing the pain from the heartbreaking stance to an unprecedented level. The sharpness of this move surpassed all the previous ones. Baiyu revealed an extremely shocked expression. She had not expected Xiao Chun to dare to clash head-on despite being so severely injured. When the weapons clashed, Baiyu did not suffer any injuries on the surface. However, her chest instantly shattered, and the intense pain made her tremble. There was no way to draw it in the first place. I was just lying to you. Xiao Chun did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he directly knocked Baiyu into the air and quickly descended. Baiyu fell by the wall, clutching her chest. She showed an expression of unbearable pain. She had never experienced such intense pain in her life. Xiao Chun entered the 6th floor. The many true inheritors immediately discovered the blood-soaked Xiao Chun. They all showed stunned expressions. Then they looked around and fixed their gazes on the tyrant's saber in Xiao Chun's hand. Their hearts immediately raced as two exciting words appeared in their minds. Dao Tuol, the strongest person here, Gongzi Mo, thought quickly, wondering if he should use his great desolate Ian bloodline to gamble. However, when he thought about how Xiao Chun knocked him back with one move earlier and how helpless he felt, he feared that Xiao Chun still had a desperate move. If he attacked now, both sides would end up injured, and the others would benefit. However, anyone would be reluctant to give up just like that. Should I attack? Should I attack? Should I attack? Gongzi Mo felt conflicted. Bang! How could Xiao Chun care so much? When he saw Gongzi Mo's unfocused gaze and restless thoughts, his figure flashed, and he stabbed the scabbard into Gongzi Mo's chest. Gongzi Mo was knocked into the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled, and his eyes filled with horror. When Gongzi Mo saw Xiao Chun's ferocious gaze and tyrannical aura, he felt that death was so close to him for the first time in his life. He was hesitant, decisive, and soft. The opportunity was right in front of him, but this Gongzi Mo could not grasp it. It could only be said that despite his strength, he was still trash in the end. I'll spare your life. Xiao Chun, who no longer had the strength to continue attacking, said coldly. Then, before the others could react, he quickly rushed down. Gongzi Mo held his wound and heaved a long sigh. He felt that it was good to be alive. However, Gongzi Mo suddenly thought of something, and heavy regret appeared on his face. That bastard attacked so ruthlessly and decisively. If he could kill me, how could he not kill me? He was simply injured and could not continue killing me. The blockhead Gongzi Mo finally became smart for once. However, he was heavily injured, so he could not give chase. Gongzi Mo roared, "Bunch of fools! What are you all standing there for? That bastard is injured. Quickly chase after him. He holds a Dao tool. How can we let him off?" The true inheritors of the other sects startled to their senses. They all showed regretful expressions, frightened by Xiao Chun. Now that Xiao Chun reminded them, they immediately came to their senses and gave chase. The vast 6th floor was now empty. Only Gongzi Mo remained. He clenched his fist as he lay on the ground, continuously pounding the floor. Damn it! Damn it! Why did I hesitate? That earlier moment might have been the best opportunity for Gongzi Mo to obtain a Dao tool in his life. However, Not only did he not accomplish anything, but he even got severely injured by Xiao Chun. Furthermore, he even had to thank Xiao Chun for sparing his life. Gongzimo's thoughts were in a mess. Regret and hatred filled his heart. His lips twitched, and he could not breathe properly. Then he vomited a mouthful of blood. Capture him. He holds a Dao tool. When Gongzimo reached the 5th floor, he could no longer muddle his way through. The cultivators of the various floors all startled awake and chased after him, not willing to let up for even a moment. Xiao Qin showed a calm expression as he held the tyrant saber. Aside from occasionally causing some chaos, he did not linger. However, the chase did not stop. There were people from the 6th floor, the 5th floor, the 4th floor, the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor. Instead, the number of people chasing increased. Gongzimo managed to reach the 1st floor with much difficulty. Kill him! He holds a Dao tool. Countless shouts came from the 2nd floor, startling the cultivators on the 1st floor to their senses. Greed appeared in their eyes as they looked at Xiao Chun preparing to pounce over. A nameless flame immediately flared up in Xiao Chen's heart. The moment it flared up, it burned even more fiercely. The 6th floor, the 5th floor, the 4th floor, it was one thing for those people to chase after him. However, the weakest disciples of the sects on the 1st floor were like ants. Yet they dared to bully and humiliate him. This was intolerable. Xiao Chun roared ferociously and spread out his Dao energy. Then he slammed the tyrant saber on the ground. Clang! A boundless tyrannical aura spread out, controlling the profound weapons on the 1st floor to shoot out with Dao energy. The profound artifact saber that contained Dao energy wasn't something that the people on the 1st floor could block. In that instant, miserable cries rang out. The cultivators launching themselves at Xiao Chun were either injured or knocked into the air. They were either injured or sent flying one after another, falling to the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. This was especially so when a group of people got knocked into the air. Under Xiao Chen's control, they happened to block the entrance to the 2nd floor, buying him some precious time. Xiao Chen turned around and gently drifted out of the 10,000 weapon pavilion. After he landed, he did not even look back as he rushed forward. Boom! Just at this moment, the 1,000-odd beams of Dao might light encasing the 10,000 weapon pavilion vanished, leaving only a scarlet beam of Dao might light. The light coalesced into a majestic and tyrannical figure. When that figure roared, the entire fiendish demon battlefield trembled intensely. Then, that figure laughed loudly, looking tragic and stirring. Amid the desolation, there was a mocking look of disdain for life and death. That lingering laughter rang in the ears of everyone in the entire fiendish demon battlefield. After the laughter faded, that figure seemed to feel incredibly delighted. It turned into boundless scarlet light and returned to the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand. The sky instantly turned dark. Boundless darkness encased the fiendish demon battlefield. Only the scarlet light on Xiao Chen's body soared into the sky, looking exceptionally eye-catching. Damn it, now, I can't leave even if I want to. Amid the scarlet light, Xiao Chun felt helpless as he held the trembling tyrant saber. Although he knew that this might be some kind of inheritance, this was not the right time. After a while, the scarlet light vanished. However, the tyrant saber in Xiao Chen's hand became even heavier. At the same time, Shangguanlei, Wang Yueming, and the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan, who were hundreds of kilometers away from the 10,000 weapon pavilion, all felt this Dao might. Chapter 17:02. In a desolate area of the fiendish demon battlefield, black clouds shrouded the land, thunderclouds surged, the air was filled with miasma, Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. Crushed stones stood in great numbers, and in the distance were undulating mountains. Occasionally, fiendish demons roared ferociously as they came from the mountains to a forbidden land of the fiendish demon battlefield. The environment was vile, and demons were everywhere. Very few people walked out alive, and there were no fortuitous opportunities within. Other than demons, there were more demons. However, to some people, cruel and brutal demons were the best opportunity. At this moment, the plain of rubble was filled with rows and rows of demon corpses. There was no end to them. Many of them had even been eroded by the wind, leaving only their skeletons exposed. Amidst the strong winds, a tall and sturdy figure, holding a saber dripping with blood, was looking into the distance. A peak major primal core fiendish demon had just fallen before him. Wounds covered this fiendish demon's body, and it was not wearing any armor at all. Crackle! Lightning flickered around his body, giving off crisp sounds in the air. This person was none other than the purple flame sex Shangguanlei, the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chun looked into the distance. In the extremely distant sky, the Tao might was chaotic, stirring up winds and clouds. A tyrannical aura swept through the entire fiendish demon battlefield. Tao's soldiers appear. Shock flashed in Shangguanlei's eyes. In the entire fiendish demon battlefield, no one had managed to take away a Tao tool in the past 1,000 years. A moment later, he grinned, making people feel that it was exceptionally scary. Master's teachings were indeed correct. Temper yourself in peace and constantly surpass yourself. Opportunities will always appear on their own. While he was in the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiao Chun had to improve every day. Otherwise, he would have to endure the pain of lightning corroding his heart. That kind of pain was enough to make one wish they were dead. After trying it once, they would never want to try it a second time. Hence, when Xiao Chun came to the fiendish demon battlefield, he did not seek out any fortuitous encounters, completely immersed in killing fiendish demons. He enjoyed the thrill of the hot-bloodedness brought by the battle between life and death. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen's strength had risen to peak major primal core realm. Only one step away from the Cloud Sea realm. Shangguanlei smiled coldly. He was determined to obtain this Tao tool that appeared. So. As Xiao Chun stepped on the corpses strewn all over the place, he moved 1 kilometer with each step, heading for the 10,000 weapon pavilion. Eventually, his speed increased. With every step he took, a corpse would be crushed and dust would spread everywhere. In the 10,000 flower garden, he relied on his own strength and the folding fan left behind by his master. In this place, Wang Yueming swept through all directions, and no one could contend against him. The huge garden was almost completely occupied by him. All kinds of exotic flowers, rare herbs, natural treasures, almost everything that could be found was found by him. If there were some places that were truly too dangerous and impossible to enter, the harvest would be even more astonishing. When something strange happened in the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. A trace of doubt appeared on his handsome and refined face. Tao soldier. To think that there really was someone who obtained a Tao tool. That was originally Xiao Chen's next destination. Who knew that someone would get there first? Xiao Chen had already heard about the difficulty of obtaining a Tao tool from his predecessors. One could not obtain one just by having sufficient strength. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Originally, he wanted to sweep through the 10,000 flower garden and refine the exotic flowers, rare herbs, and natural treasures he obtained. When his strength improved again, he would be absolutely confident of subduing a Tao tool. Who knew? However, that's fine. It might be easier to obtain in your hands. Wang Yueming smiled faintly, revealing heavy confidence. Then, he slowly opened the folding fan in his hand and soared into the air. Thousands of flowers looked very beautiful, competing with each other in beauty. As the fresh flowers danced, Xiao Chun moved through the hundreds of flowers. Not a single leaf touched him, looking indescribably elegant and free. Bang, bang, bang. The profound light temple's Zhen Yuan was publicly recognized as the strongest existence in the three blessed lands. Zhen Yuan's choice was the same as the purple flame sex Shangguan Lei's, tempering himself among the fiendish demons and not searching for fortuitous encounters. Zhen Yuan bared his upper body. His bronze-colored muscles looked like they were painted gold as he fought an intense battle among the fiendish demons. When Zhen Yuan attacked, he gave off a Buddhist light, appearing ferocious and tyrannical. The chest of the fiendish demon that Zhen Yuan punched cracked like broken rocks, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Zhen Yuan's fist technique was completely different from the Buddhist sect's martial techniques, a mixture of real and fake. His moves were bold, complementing his indestructible iron body that he had cultivated to an extremely high level. Zhen Yuan, who was surrounded by the fiendish demons, appeared exceptionally relaxed. His expression was as calm as still water, not showing any joy or anger. Dao Tool. When Zhen Yuan sensed the mysterious phenomenon caused by the 10,000 weapon pavilion, he frowned slightly, revealing a grave expression. The people searching for Xiao Chun outside the valley were split into three groups. One group was the sect disciples of the Black Cave Mountain, one group was the Heavenly Shaking Mountain's Confucian scholars, and the last group was the Patala Mountain's monks. The leader of the Black Cave Mountain's many true inheritors was the Divine Firmament sect's second strongest person, Berserk Saber Liang Zimo. Since Shangguan Lei was not around, he held the highest prestige. The leader of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain's Confucian scholars was the Confucian institution's Meng Qi. For some reason, the Heavenly Shaking Mountain's Bai Yu, who was second only to Wang Yueming, did not participate. The leader of the Patala Mountain's Profound Light Temples, Zhen De, was rumored to be Zhen Yuan's junior brother. The two of them were disciples of the Venerable Xian Bei. For hours later, the three groups gathered outside the valley at nearly the same time. All sorts of signs indicate that the trail of Xiao Chen's aura reached this valley and broke off. It is very likely that Xiao Chun is hiding here, the Berserk Saber Liang Zimo said softly as he looked at the valley. Frenzied Saber Liang Zimo said softly as he looked at the valley. His eyes were burning with passion. Liang Zimo had heard that the Dao tool that Xiao Chun obtained was also a saber. As a bladesman, he was even more interested in it than the others. The Confucian institution's Meng Qi hugged his sword as he looked at the valley. He said indifferently, "It looks like we all came to the same conclusion. However, this valley is rather large, and mental energy cannot probe too far into the fiendish demon battlefield. If he intends to hide from us, it will not be easy to find him." A ruthless look flashed in Liang Zimo's eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "What's so difficult about that? Bring Hua Yunfeng out." Before the strange gazes of the other blessed land's true inheritors, the injured Hua Yunfeng was tied up and brought to the very front. Under the temptation of the Dao tool, the Black Cave Mountain's true inheritors, who were supposed to be allies, actually attacked their own people. This was truly shocking. However, when the Confucian institution's Meng Qi thought about it, He understood. Within the Black Cave Mountain, the Divine Firmament sect and the Purple Flame sect were both rank 4 sections. They had always firmly suppressed the Purple Flame sect. If the other party obtained the Tao tool, the Divine Firmament sect would be under the greatest pressure, followed by the other sects of the Black Cave Mountain and the other 2 blessed lands. Before the temptation of a Tao tool that could change the ranking of the various major factions, what did the Verbal Alliance count for? Actually, it was reasonable for the Divine Firmament sect to do such a despicable thing. The berserk saber, Liang Zimo, gathered his breath and shouted ferociously, "Xiao Chen, I know that you are in there and can hear me. Your senior brother, Hua Yunfeng, is in my hands. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you do not come out, I will break one of his fingers until I chop off one of his arms." The thunder might of Liang Zimo's body rang out like thunder, echoing endlessly in the valley. Inside the hot spring, Xiao Chen heard it immediately. His expression instantly changed drastically. Without thinking, he rushed out of the hot spring while holding his saber. "Brat, you have not gotten rid of even half of the Tao marks in your body. Don't be rash." The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's somewhat anxious voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The warm spring water washed away the blood and fatigue on Xiao Chen's body. After 4 hours of recovery, his injuries had already healed significantly. The only problem was the Tao marks left in his body by the many great Tao energies. Ignoring the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and zoomed in. Then he saw Hua Yunfeng, who was pushed to the ground. Damn it. As Xiao Chen held the tyrant saber, a murderous intent leaked out of his eyes. If not for buying time for himself, how could Hua Yunfeng, and the other 2 be in such a sorry state? Moving like the wind, Xiao Chen executed the steps of the new fish dragon art, advancing quickly in this fiendish demon battlefield, where the spiritual energy was vast and the pressure was immense. On the other side, Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming did not believe what the profound light temple's Zhen Yuan said. Xiao Chen believed that Xiao Chen had selfish motives and just wanted to bring the Tao tool to the profound light temple. As Zhen Yuan looked at Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming, he entered deep thought. If these 2 worked together, he might not be a match for them. However, it did not matter if this tyrant saber was the saber of misfortune or not. In a very short time, Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming's strength would increase tremendously. This was not a good thing for the Profound Light Temple, which was in competition with them. The Buddhist sects also needed incense and fame, as well as their own faction. It wasn't that he was far away from the mortal world and untainted by dust. Zhen Yuan also had a direct competitive relationship with these 2. Be it public or private, he could not let the other party obtain this saber. However, it would not be easy to resolve this matter peacefully. Zhen Yuan thought for a while before saying, "I have a suggestion. I wonder if the 2 of you are willing to hear it." A cold light flashed in Shangguan Lei's eyes as he said, "Speak." Wang Yueming nodded, willing to hear it. "Brother Shangguan, if I give you the saber, are you sure you can block Brother Wang and I working together?" Zhen Yuan asked as he looked at Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei remained silent for a while. He felt unconvinced in his heart, but he still answered honestly, "I can't block it." Then, Zhen Yuan looked at Wang Yueming. Wang Yueming shook his head and said, "Same." "All right, if that's the case, since that is the case, then the three of us will make a gentleman's agreement. Whoever of the two of you can block a palm strike from me will get this saber. If you cannot block it, then it will belong to me, and the profound light temple will hold on to it." Shangguan Lei smiled coldly and said, "However, what if the two of us block it?" Zhen Yuan smiled and said, "In that case, I will withdraw from the fight for the Dao tool and lead the disciples of the Patala Mountain far away from this conflict." "Good. It is settled. Then, the three of us will swear an oath on the will of the dead sovereign emperor. Whoever breaks the oath will die a violent death." Wang Yueming did not even think about it before directly agreeing. No matter what, Wang Yueming felt that receiving a palm strike from Zhen Yuan would be no problem. Shangguan Lei did not hesitate either. If he could not even receive a palm strike from Zhen Yuan, then he really did not need to live anymore. "Good." Zhen Yuan revealed a faint smile. After the three agreed, they prepared to swear an oath. The others present all revealed startled expressions, wondering if Zhen Yuan had gone crazy and underestimated Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. The fight for the Dao tool, which had lasted for a long time, was finally coming to an end. Everyone knew who the Dao tool would go to in the end. Was the monk Zhen Yuan just boasting again? However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The tyrant saber in Zhen Yuan's hand suddenly trembled uncontrollably, trying to struggle free. A vast, tyrannical aura swept out from the saber scabbard. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, kicking up boundless dust. It was like there was something extremely attractive to the tyrant saber, making it struggle for all it was worth. Even Zhen Yuan could not control it. "Come back!" A shout rang out. The tyrant saber flew out with a whoosh, heading for the owner of the voice. The expressions of Zhen Yuan and the other two, who had finished discussing and were preparing to snatch the tyrant saber, changed drastically. They did not know what happened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three soared into the air and chased after the tyrant saber. However, halfway through the chase, they suddenly discovered a white figure standing on a small hill in front. This person stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the tyrant saber. Xiao Chun. As Xiao Chun looked at the three people who had been chasing him, he admired the interesting expressions on their faces. Xiao Chun could not help smiling. "I say, the three of you are trying to decide who this saber belongs to in public. Have you asked the original owner?" Shangguan Lei's face sank. "I was wondering who snatched this saber. So it is you. I was just wondering where to look for you. Now, you deliver yourself to me." Before Shangguan Lei finished speaking, a saber appeared in his hand. Then he used instant flash to charge at Xiao Chun. Wang Yueming entered deep thought. He gently closed the folding fan in his hand, not attacking rashly. On the other hand, Zhen Yuan's expression was the most interesting. His plan looked like it would succeed. Unexpectedly, it failed in the next moment. Anyone would feel upset and depressed at such a feeling. Fortunately, Zhen Yuan came from the Buddhist sect and possessed a stronger mental state than ordinary people, so he quickly calmed down. Seeing Shangguan Lei charge over, Xiao Chen's face sank. Without even thinking, he placed his hand on the saber hilt. In the next moment, he drew the saber. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, a bright saber light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. 2 different great Dao rings immediately appeared behind Xiao Chen. One was the Thunder Great Dao, and the other was Xiao Chen's saber great Dao. The two intertwined and merged. When the saber Dao and the thunder Dao worked together, with Xiao Chen's purple thunder divine incantation, it was simply a perfect fusion. Shangguan Lei's expression turned grave. He no longer dared to hold back. He roared, "Purple thunder, 7 strikes." As Shangguan Lei's saber descended from the air, he hacked down 7 times in a row. Every time he did so, he would attract a bolt of thunder that shook the heavens. The thunder rumbled, causing the ground to tremble. Rumble? After the 3 saber strikes, the world felt like only majestic thunder remained. The sky changed color, and thunderclouds churned. The air turned dry. As the saber in Shangguan Lei's hand absorbed more and more lightning, it turned bright and piercing, looking like the blazing sun. Every saber strike drove boundless lightning-attributed energy. Every saber strike was Shangguan Lei's peak strike. However, every time he attacked, it would surpass the previous peak. When Shangguan Lei's saber descended, 7 peak-level lightning strikes layered over each other. The saber strike landed. When Shangguan Lei's saber landed, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky and attached itself to the saber. Before this terrifying saber strike landed, it pressed down on the slope under Xiao Chen's feet, causing it to sink in, resolving the mundane. After drawing the tyrant saber, Xiao Chen did not hold back, either. The other party's purple thunder 7 strikes could threaten a star venerate level existence. If Xiao Chen got careless, even with the tyrant saber, he would still be the one defeated. A swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. At this instant, his expression no longer showed any humanity. Surpassing the mundane, the 7 emotions and 6 desires no longer existed. Resolving the mundane, achieving eternity. The tyrant saber showed neither joy nor sorrow. It was like an iron-faced Buddha that saw through the fickleness of the world as it swung down. A tall Kasayapa Buddha image appeared behind Xiao Chen. As he swung his saber, he drew his Buddhist monk's saber and mercilessly swung it. It was clearly a Buddha, but it did not contain any gentle or warm Buddhist intent. This was different from any Buddhist sect martial technique. This was the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Shangguan Lei, who was fighting with Xiao Chen, felt a sense of guilt in his heart for committing a great sin. Even the benevolent Buddha was heartless to him, killing him. He could not help feeling horrified, and a weak opening appeared in his mental state. When the 2 sabers clashed, this weak opening widened with the clash of the 2 powerful martial techniques. Kasie! A melodious clang rang out, and the treasure tool in Shangguan Lei's hand broke. Blood leaked out of a corner of Shangguan Lei's mouth. The instant his saber broke, his aura plummeted. Then, Xiao Chen's 2-layered Dao might knocked him back. Wang Yueming and Zhun Yuan had faced the sneak attack of the World Annihilation Seal at full power. One could well imagine the severity of their injuries. Serves him right for bringing this upon himself. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. Then, without even looking at the 2, he picked up the tyrant's saber and fled far away. Zhun Yuan's expression sank. He, who had been recovering rapidly, could already stand up with great difficulty. The injuries to his physical body had mostly recovered. However, the injuries to his soul could not be healed in a short time. His complexion was still unsightly. He could only watch as Shao Chun calmly left after the great battle. From then on, one of the blessed enclave's 3 great experts fainted. Another fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and the last one couldn't fight even if he got up. This solution was directly or indirectly related to Shao Chun, who was the greatest dark horse in this fiendish demon battlefield. It was definitely Shao Chun. After this, the name of the white-robed Shao Chun would spread far and wide, spreading throughout the entire grave sea. 3 days later, an irresistible will appeared and forcibly dragged the recuperating Shao Chun out of the fiendish demon battlefield. After defeating the Black Lotus Church sage, no one sought trouble for him. Shao Chun obtained the Tao tool, the Buddha-seeking platform, the many rare Buddhist sect plants, and the precious earthen fire golden lotus. Shao Chun was not in the mood to seek out other fortuitous encounters. He spent the next 3 days treating his injuries. He made sure not to leave any hidden injuries. Then, he quietly waited for time to run out. After 3 days, Shao Chun completely recovered from his injuries and returned to his peak. Be it his physique, physical body, or spirit, they all reached an unprecedented height. Defeating Shangguan Lei and the Black Lotus Church, Holy Sun invisibly increased Shao Chun's aura and luck. After leaving the fiendish demon battlefield, Shao Chun turned his head back to look. The floating island slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The next opening of the fiendish demon battlefield would be another 20 years later. This trip was pretty good. I managed to scavenge some resources, enough for me to advance my cultivation in advance. Everyone more or less gained something as they discussed excitedly. Martial Uncle, congratulations on obtaining the Tao tool. In this fiendish demon battlefield, Martial Grand Uncle really brought glory to our Purple Flame sect. Ha! Even Shangguan Lei lost to our Martial Grand Uncle. The Purple Flame sect disciples in the crowd quickly flew over to Shao Chun's side and congratulated him. Hua Yunfeng arrived late. He glanced at Shao Chun and smiled sincerely. I am truly ashamed of my inferiority in this fiendish demon battlefield. I am truly sorry for not fulfilling my responsibilities as the top true inheritor. Later, Hua Yunfeng heard that Wang Yueming and Zheng Yuan made things difficult for Shao Chun while he led his disciples to take advantage of the situation to scavenge resources. Hua Yunfeng felt somewhat apologetic. Fortunately, Shao Chun managed to leave in the end. Furthermore, he defeated Shangguan Lei and the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun. Shao Chun said quickly, "Brother Hua, you are too polite. Without your help, it would have been impossible for me to obtain the Tao tool. No matter what, I will definitely remember this favor." After saying that, Shao Chun took out all the rare Buddhist sect flowers and herbs he obtained on Buddha-seeking mountain, aside from the earthly fire golden lotus. Among them, the 20 white jasmine flowers were the most precious. They were one of the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers. They could directly increase one's cultivation and cleanse one's veritable essence energy. There was no market for them in the outside world. One could not buy them even if one wanted to. They were so expensive that one would find them unbearably heavy. Hua Yunfeng had not expected Shao Chun to be so generous, spending money to such an extent. He simply treated the white jasmine flowers like cabbages. I simply cannot reject the white jasmine flowers. I will take 5 and give the rest to the sect disciples. Everyone will gain something. Hua Yunfeng did not try to be pretentious. Right after he spoke, the many Purple Flame sect disciples all smiled. "Many thanks, Martial Grand Uncle. Many thanks, Senior Brother Hua." On this side, the Purple Flame sect disciples were all incredibly happy. They had already gained a lot in the first place. Now, they even received such a huge gift. Who would not be happy? On the other side, the disciples of the Divine Firmament sect, the Confucian institution, and the Patala Mountain showed unsightly expressions. Benefactor Xiao, we offended you in the fiendish demon battlefield. In the future, we will definitely pay you a visit to apologize. Zhang Yuan led the Profound Light Temple disciples over and bowed in greeting. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, Hua Yunfeng's expression turned serious. He said, "Zhang Yuan, you are really bold. Brother Xiao is my Purple Flame sect's senior, Yi Zifeng's junior brother. He is the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang's disciple. To think that you wrongly accused him of being a Black Lotus Church disciple. I will personally speak to the sect master about this." The moment Hua Yunfeng said that, he immediately caused a huge commotion. The expressions of the various sect disciples as they looked at Xiao Chun changed drastically. To think that he is Pan Huang's disciple. This was truly unexpected. Zheng Yuan was strong and held a high position. However, in the fiendish demon battlefield, Zheng Yuan publicly attacked Xiao Chun and threatened to clean up the heretics. That was a grave mistake. The more serious thing was that the one who framed him was a Black Lotus Church disciple. That was even worse. When Zheng Yuan returned to the temple, he would not be able to avoid punishment. Zheng Yuan's expression changed slightly. He felt very sullen in his heart, but he endured it. He said softly, "This time I was tricked by a demon. I will definitely take responsibility. After I return to the temple, I will take the initiative to ask for punishment. I will definitely give Benefactor a satisfactory apology for the trouble I caused this time. Goodbye." Zheng Yuan did not want to apologize in his heart. However, he had no choice. The Buddhist sect's rules were the strictest. Unless Zheng Yuan gave up on his Buddhist sect martial techniques and left the Profound Light Temple, he would have to apologize and put on a show so that the Profound Light Temple could provide an explanation to the Purple Flame sect. As Xiao Chun watched the other party leave, he thought to himself, "This Zheng Yuan is really tolerant." In the fiendish demon battlefield, he was clearly very unlucky. However, when he came out, he could swallow his anger and apologize. "I cannot underestimate this person. I have to pay attention to him in the future." As Hua Yunfeng watched Zheng Yuan leave, he said to Xiao Chen, "Don't worry. Sects have their own rules. This Zheng Yuan made a huge mistake. When he returns to the temple, he will definitely be punished. My Purple Flame sect can at least do that for you." Based on Hua Yunfeng's tone, he did not intend to let this matter rest. Xiao Chen could only repeat this in his heart. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. "Xiao Chun." As the two chatted casually and prepared to rush back to the sect, a resonant voice rang out. It was Shangguan Lei, who had mostly recovered from his injuries. Aside from Zheng Yuan, the person who was the most sullen in the fiendish demon battlefield was Shangguan Lei. After forcefully advancing to peak Major Primal Core realm, he did not show off for long before Xiao Chen knocked him unconscious with one saber strike, losing all his reputation. Given Shangguan Lei's character, this matter dealt an even heavier blow to him than killing him. Shangguan Lei looked at Xiao Chun with dissatisfaction. Then he said coldly, "You merely used the might of a Dao tool to defeat me by half a move. Do you have the guts to put down your Dao tool and fight me again? Right here, in front of everyone, let's have a fair fight." A sore loser was a perfect description for people like Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei's words were funny and infuriating at the same time. After Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help feeling speechless. Then he said indifferently, "Sure, lower your cultivation to peak Minor Primal Core realm, and I'll have a fair fight with you." Shangguan Lei roared, "Coward! My cultivation was tempered step by step through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Your cultivation is not high, and you did not work hard. Can you blame me for having a high cultivation? Interesting. could it be that my Dao tool fell from the sky? Xiao Qun could not help smiling coldly in his heart. He said seriously, I did indeed rely on a Dao tool to defeat you. However, so what? Just like your cultivation tempered step by step through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, I barely managed to subdue this Dao tool of mine. If you are not convinced, you can go and find a Dao tool. I'll keep you company at any time. Don't humiliate yourself here and make a fool of yourself. Weapons and armor have always been a part of a cultivator's strength. Shang Guanlei was originally filled with resentment. Now that Xiao Chen's rude words added fuel to the fire, he became even angrier. However, Xiao Chen now had a Dao tool. He was not a match for Shang Guanlei at all, and he could not do anything about it. Good, good, good. Shang Guanlei was so angry that his entire body trembled. After saying good 3 times, he flicked his sleeves and left. The Purple Flame sect disciples watched as Shang Guanlei, who was normally unparalleled in the Black Cave Mountain, left in such a sullen manner. All of them felt delighted in their hearts. Hua Yinfeng smiled and said, unexpectedly, Shang Guanlei has such a day. Ha ha. Come, let's return to the sect. They were not allowed to casually teach it to outsiders. As for the consummate martial techniques that were leaked, they had to send experts of the sect to investigate and take them back. The other party was an esteemed monk of the Orthodox Buddhist sect. The Profound Light Temple definitely had a connection with the Hidden Spirit Temple. As they belonged to the same sect, their relationship was like that of a superior and a subordinate. Making such a request was morally justifiable and not overboard. The crucial thing was that Xiao Chen did not want to offend the Profound Light Temple now. After all, he had just temporarily resolved his grudge with the Black Lotus Church. Xiao Chen asked, after some consideration, Venerable, can I not hand it over? The Venerable Xianbei smiled and replied, Naturally you can. How? Convert to the Buddhist sect. I can personally help you tonsure and recommend you to join the Hidden Spirit Temple of the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chun felt speechless. The Venerable Xian Bei really could not forget about accepting me into the Buddhist sect. Is there no other way? The Venerable Xian Bei shook his head and said, At the very least, you have to hand over the saber technique. In the future, if you expose your saber techniques while roaming the Central Great Realm, you will not be able to escape. The people from the 4 Buddhist monasteries will all find trouble with you. You don't have anyone you know to speak for you, so it will be even more difficult. When the time comes, the people from the Commandment Hall will take action and treat you as a traitor. The other 4 great temples can also exert influence on the 4 great dynasties. The Venerable Master Xianbei's attainments in the Buddhist Dharma were very high. However, he was also very clear about the ways of the world. The hint he was hinting at was very obvious. He was already helping Xiao Chun by handling this matter. If you hand me the saber manual and swear not to teach the saber technique to anyone else, the situation will be different. Not only will you form a connection with the Hidden Spirit Temple, but you will also receive a lot of care in the future. I will also give you a corresponding reward. The Venerable Xianbei tried to move Xiao Chun with his emotions and reason, advising him to not be stubborn. Xiao Chun analyzed in his heart that saber manual only had 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, and he had already comprehended them. With or without the saber manual, Xiao Chun could practice the final move, entering hell. However, the value of the saber manual was clear. Back then, the Savage Blood Star Venerate did not hesitate to destroy an entire sect to obtain it. From this, Xiao Chun could prove the value of the saber technique. Never mind, I'll just hand it over. The Buddhist sects are very powerful. I really don't want to get involved in any trouble. Xiao Chun made up his mind. Then he took out the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Techniques Saber Manual and handed it to the Venerable Master Xian Bei. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, entering hell. There are a total of 3 moves. I can swear that the saber manual in my hands only has these 3 moves. The Venerable Master Xian Bei did not ask any further. He only looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Benefactor Xiao, how many moves do you know?" Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, both comprehended the true meaning. The moment Xiao Chun said that, the Venerable Master Xian Bei immediately felt that it was a pity. Disappointment filled his face as he said, "This Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a forbidden technique of my Buddhist sect. Not just anyone can practice it. Benefactor is an outsider, yet you managed to practice 2 moves. This is really..." After all the miscellaneous steps were completed, Xiao Chun made a heart demon oath not to spread the saber manual. The Venerable Master Xian Bei handed Xiao Chun a golden page with words that he had personally written. In the future, if the Buddhist sect's people used this saber to make things difficult for Xiao Chun, they would treat him with respect. With this as proof, the Buddhist sect's people would not make things difficult for Xiao Chun. Instead, they would treat him with respect. This is a gift from the Golden Letter. It is one of the highest appreciation gifts of the Buddhist sect. I hope that Benefactor Xiao will cherish it. The Venerable Master Xian Bei handed the golden page to Xiao Chun. Then he took out a storage ring with his reward in it. "These are some secular gifts. Please accept them. We will meet again in the future." After the Venerable Master Xian Bei and Zheng Yuan left, Ling Yu rushed in and asked, "Martial uncle, why did that old monk look for you?" Xiao Chun looked at the golden page in his hand and the storage ring. Then he said softly, "Nothing much. It's just that today I realized that people who hide a dagger behind a smile are the scariest. They make it impossible for you to reject them." Chapter 17:11. What is this fellow going to give? At the foot of the Purple Flame sect, Zhang Yuan endured for a long time before asking, "Master, did you obtain the saber manual?" The Black Lotus Church Holy Sun had made a fool out of him. Watching as Xiao Chun defeated the Black Lotus Church Holy Sun and watched as Xiao Chun left. If Xiao Chun were an ancestor dragon city, the dragon race upper echelon would have bestowed him with an esteemed dragon pattern cauldron. Inside the considerably large space, the storage ring nearly filled with medial-grade spirit jades. Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense and did a preliminary count. Naturally, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was not there. The Soaring Dragon Marquis' clan faction was focused on the Central Great Realm's Yanwu dynasty. Ling Yu calmed himself after a while. Then he sighed. "In the past, I heard from the sect master that any rank 3 monastery on the Patala Mountain has much more wealth than our sect. Now, I finally see it for myself. I heard that many believers do not feel any heartache when donating that incense money, wishing that they could donate their entire family fortune." "Empty?" Ling Yu asked in surprise. "Who gave it to me? What does that mean?" "An ancient cauldron? This stumps me. In the ancient era, cauldrons reigned supreme, standing tall and fighting for the top. In the ancient era, cauldrons represented not only items, but also luck, the nation's luck, even the dragon luck of a dynasty. An ordinary cauldron would have been fine. However, When Xiao Chun pointed out an ancient cauldron, Ling Yu did not dare to speak carelessly. Instead, he entered deep thought. Ling Yu smiled and did not refute. Originally, he had just said it casually. He had indeed gained a lot in this fiendish demon battlefield. Everyone in the Grave Sea knew that Xiao Chun was Yi Zifeng's junior brother. Anyone who wanted to make a move would have to think twice. Xiao Chun handed the storage ring to Ling Yu, letting him see what was inside and what compensation Xianbei had given him. Ling Yu said with a smile, "Martial uncle, everyone who saw it has a share. Can you give us some? Money has been tight recently. Right now, it had nothing to do with the dragon race. That was the conferred land of the Yanwu dynasty's Soaring Dragon Marquis. It was called Soaring Dragon and had more than 10,000 years of history. Regardless of whether they cultivated merit, incense power, or great aspirations, they were not easy to deal with. Zheng Yuan had never treated Xiao Chun as a true opponent. The environment that day was very complicated. If Zheng Yuan had to deal with Xiao Chun alone, he would not have to worry about anything. The contents of the storage ring revealed themselves. It was empty. There was nothing at all. You can't get along with others just because they have a kind and gentle smile on their faces. However, Ling Yu was too embarrassed to accept it. After asking several times, he reluctantly accepted it, unable to hide the smile on his face. Xiao Chun did not want the sect to do anything about this matter. Actually, the sect could not do anything about it. Xianbei taking away the saber manual was perfectly justifiable, and there was nothing wrong with it. Xiao Chun to Xiao Dragon, spirit of Chun of the clan, to dragon, sect, dragon, to the Chun. Chun, it is just to spirit you is of long Chun. It is Chun to the Chun to, spirit Chun of Chun Chi, just to Chun, spirit Chun is spirit. The truth was more or less the same. Xiao Chen's expression could not help changing drastically. Xiao Chen recalled that his net worth was only 2 million medial grade spirit jades at most. Ling Yu continued, that Soaring Dragon Great Realm is the territory of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Its status is instantly different. The many surrounding astral zones are all centered on that Soaring Dragon Great Realm. I know a place in Soaring Dragon City where you can definitely obtain the ancient cauldron that Martial Uncle wants. Ling Yu's eyes lit up as he finally thought of a place. The Soaring Dragon Great Realm. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat shocked. Could the Soaring Dragon Great Realm be related to the dragon race? At this point, Xianbei suddenly stopped and sighed. How unfortunate for that Xiao Chun. At first glance, I felt that he had a fate with Buddhism. The Buddhists place great emphasis on fate, so my first impression was definitely right. Indeed, an outsider actually managed to practice the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique that Orthodox Buddhist sect disciples find hard to practice. Xiao Chun looked at the empty box, and his lips curled up in a smile. Interesting. Is he trying to say that I am like heir to him? Not worth mentioning at all? Xiao Chun felt even more sullen. He could not bring out his strength at all. The Tianwu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, the Leiwu dynasty, and the Shuawu dynasty were the 4 dynasties of the Central Great Realm. Each dynasty had hundreds of thousands of years of history. The dynasty's main clan was even older, dating back to the era when fiendish demons ran amok and sages appeared. All right, I'll listen to you, Xiao Chen said with disdain. Then he took the box and took a look. The dazzling light immediately dazzled him. Xiao Chen's speech was somewhat unclear, and he could not hear what he was saying. Xiao Chun still had some of that high-grade life juice source. Together with his own medial-grade spirit jades, he had more than 10 million medial-grade spirit jades. Whoosh! The names of the dynasties all had the word martial in them, representing a certain atmosphere. It implied a prosperous martial luck. In the martial epic, the dynasties stood firm and did not fall. The soaring dragon great realm was just their conferred land. I don't believe it. When they make their moves, they are inhumanely rich. Wow. Chapter 17:12. Then he suddenly made a move in the profound light temple and stole the saber technique manual. Everything was connected meticulously. That was to say, one could still see soaring Dragon City from 5,000 kilometers away. Lingyu did not know about the saber technique manual, so he asked, finding it strange, "Lingyu, where are you bringing me?" Furthermore, who knew what kind of danger they would encounter in the boundless starry heavens? Even a cloud sea cultivator would not dare to say that he could move around without fear. Xiaochen smiled and did not say anything more. Let's end this matter here. Let's go to the soaring dragon, great realm. Now that Xiaochen could accompany his martial uncle, he got what he wanted. The indistinct figure looked like a huge coiled dragon amid the dust and sand, looking hazy and majestic. Yi Zifeng probably started plotting from the moment he left the fiendish demon battlefield. The two did not dare to waste time or use Yi Zifeng's name, so they could only obediently head to the soaring dragon great realm. Looking at soaring Dragon City, which was not very far away, he barely managed to reach it at dusk. After entering, Lingyu marveled at the exquisite and luxurious carriage. This was especially so when he saw a small cabinet appear when Xiaochen gently touched it. What opportunity! Xiaochen felt astonished in his heart. Soaring Dragon City's accumulations were much deeper than he had expected. The streets immediately became much less populated, forming a strong contrast. The outline of a vast city appeared at the limits of the two's vision. Xiaochen nodded and stretched out his hand, and the cycle throne appeared from his clothes. Let's go. A special auction? How special is it? Lingyu smiled and said, That's right, martial uncle. The place I'm bringing you to is an auction that only those with a great, desolate Ian bloodline can attend. No matter how many spirit jades one has, one is not qualified to enter. Martial uncle, let's set off as well. This was just the conferred land of a feudal lord in the Yanwu dynasty, and it already had such grandeur. Martial uncle, the place I'm bringing you to is a special auction. If you want to find an ancient cauldron, that auction should be the fastest way. Otherwise, you will have to go to the market and search slowly, wasting time and effort. The horses galloped, and the war chariot sped forward, kicking up dust clouds. Lingyu explained to Xiaochen where they were going. After putting away the cycle war chariot, the two went to the majestic city walls and lined up to enter. After sailing for half a month, they finally arrived at the soaring dragon great world. Xiaochen smiled faintly, and the throne transformed into the shape of a horse. A huge spiritual pressure emanated from the city. It was unknown how far away it was. When Xiaochen and Lingyu, who were in closed-door cultivation, were woken up, it felt like they had fallen asleep. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in the soaring dragon great realm. It was an eye-opener for him. One could only imagine the magnificence of this city. Martial uncle, why do you think this Zhen Yuan would betray the temple for no reason? Lingyu was filled with confusion and doubt. Xiaochen sighed softly. That's right. He has already reached the ceiling of the profound light temple. However, he still did not go to the central great realm. It was clear that he was not confident enough, feeling nervous and uneasy. Now that I've seen an opportunity, it's not strange for me to take the risk after waiting for more than 10 years. The two mutated flood dragons turned into black dragon horses, gently moving their hooves. They looked tall and mighty, exuding an extraordinary aura. No wonder, Ling, you said that this soaring dragon great realm was the center of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. It was indeed true. This was not Ling Yu's first time here. He explained softly that soaring dragon city is built in the center of this great realm. Its aura swallows everything, absorbing the luck of the entire great realm. After accumulating for more than 10,000 years, it is not strange for it to have such boldness. Ling Yu chuckled and said, "Martial uncle, don't be anxious. You will know when we get there." Xiao Chun took out the 1,000-year flame that he normally could not bear to drink and filled the cups for Ling Yu and himself. Then he gently swirled the wine cups. When Xiao Chun heard this, his interest was piqued. What strong might and pressure! Even a sovereign personage would have to think twice before attacking this soaring dragon city. Xiao Chun leaped off the warship. "Come on up, then." There were 3 large docks in the vast grave sea. Yes, 10 years. To be precise, more than 10 years. More than 10 years ago, when Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming made their debut, they were no match for him. Over the years, he has gone further and further away, and Shangguan Lei and Shangguan Yun have rarely fought with him. No one knows how strong he really is. Everything was ruined. Xiao Chun entered the car and called out to Ling Yu. His days were definitely not going to be easy. How could he cultivate in peace while hiding? Of course, it was not because the war chariot was moving too slowly, but because the journey was simply too long. Xiao Chun estimated that it was at least 10,000 miles away. The Purple Flame sect had a starry sky teleportation array that led directly to the soaring dragon great realm. However, it consumed a lot of energy to operate it. Even if one wasn't an ordinary person, they wouldn't be qualified to use it. They all seemed to have the bloodline of the great desolate Eon's 10,000 races. Normally, it was rare to see the bloodline of the great desolate Eon's 10,000 races. However, this street was filled with them. It looked like Zhen Yuan had planned this long ago. He clearly knew that he could not snatch the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Techniques Saber Manual. After several rounds of modifications, the Cycle Throne was now comparable to a peak-grade treasure tool when it came to traveling. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chen's future was boundless. He would definitely shake up the Cloud Sea domain in the future. Zhen Yuan could even go to the distant central great realm and make a name for himself. Betraying the temple would be a grave sin. Hence, Zhen Yuan informed the venerable Xian Bei to borrow the Profound Light Temple's strength to retrieve the Saber Manual from him. "What is this?" Ling Yu asked in shock as he looked at the throne. The most important thing was that the Cycle Throne used to be a magic treasure. It referenced the immortal equipment of the immortal epic and was unique in the Great Thousand Realms. When Ling Yu heard that he was going to the soaring dragon great realm, he revealed an excited expression. That bustling place was much more interesting than the boring blessed lands. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough or wealthy enough, so he could not go there often. He was the most outstanding disciple of the Profound Light Temple in the past 300 years. He was an outstanding talent, with the greatest future in the 3 blessed lands. At his highest speed, he could fly as fast as a Cloud Sea sovereign personage in the starry heavens. The people of the same generation were at least minor primal core venerates. There were also many young cultivators like Hua Yunfeng and Shangguan Lei. Although the Cycle Throne could not compare to a huge starship in the starry heavens, it was very suitable for traveling short distances. Ling Yu led the way, bringing Xiao Chun to a place. After making many turns, they arrived at a desolate street. cold cheese spread out in a cabinet, sealing Xiao Chen's collection of wine cups in ice. After paying the entry tax, they entered the city without any obstructions. People continuously appeared at the port, rushing towards Soaring Dragon City. This auction house is not open to the public. However, it is the most prestigious auction house in Soaring Dragon City. Let's go and see if there are any ancient cauldrons up for auction. If there are, we can register directly. This huge warship was specially used for traveling in the starry heavens. It could carry more than 1,000 people at a time, and its flying speed was incredibly fast. It could conserve energy and was convenient to carry around. Riding on a huge starship was undoubtedly a safe and efficient method. Xiao Chun had been to many auction houses, and they were all similar. He really wanted to know what was special about them. Of course, if one had strong connections and was wealthy enough to use the Starry Heavens transportation formation, it would be a different story. The bustling popularity of this place depended entirely on the peak cultivators of the nearby astral clusters. Xiao Chun and Ling Yu both felt this faint spiritual pressure. All sorts of peak starships stopped at every port, traveling to various places of the Great Thousand Realms. Not only would they not have a foothold in the Cloud Sea domain, but they would also be wanted by the entire Buddhist sect when they went to the central Great Realm. Xiao Chun took a quick look. The cultivators who came here were all extraordinary. The older ones were all Cloud Sea cultivators. Star venerates were everywhere. At this moment, the chariot also started moving. 2 horses pulled the chariot, kicking up a cloud of dust on the street. If the Soaring Dragon Great Realm was the center of the dozens of nearby astral clusters, it would not be surprising that this city was bustling. Hence, Cloud Sea experts would choose to travel on a huge starship to conserve energy. Xiao Chun wondered how imposing the Yanwu dynasty's true marquis's residence was. Xiao Chun said calmly, "He has been the strongest person in the 3 blessed lands for more than 10 years already, right?" Xiao Chen's face immediately sank. To his surprise, he discovered that every cultivator walking on the street seemed to be leaping about. It was like he had returned to the great desolate Aeon, that hot-blooded era when 10,000 races fought for supremacy. This person is really terrifying. In the future, when I run into him, I have to be more careful and not be careless. The people walking on the main road were all martial artists, and very few ordinary people could be seen. This place was an out-and-out martial city. Xiao Chun made some calculations. 1 grave sea cluster had more than 100 purple sun regions. 1 purple sun cluster contained dozens of Great Thousand Realms.
Instead, it devoured from the interior of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong Cauldron. Before this, the Shenong Cauldron had been absorbing the strange poisonous fog in the surrounding void. A portion of it had been stored in the central region of the volcano and had been refined and purified by the Shenong 5-colored flames. It was just right for him to use it directly. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out some netherworld furnace lotion and 3 drops of all evil origin liquid from the undying world in his body. He also cut off a large piece of flesh from the purple gold void rat's corpse of the quasi-ancient great being and roasted it with the Shenong 5-colored flames before swallowing it in large mouthfuls. These few resources had become something he had to consume every time he broke through. They were all top-grade resources. When they entered his stomach, they immediately mixed with the strange poisonous fog that had been purified by the 5-colored flames into Yi Xian's body by the devouring system. Together, they turned into an extremely hot energy that quickly circulated in Yi Xian's limbs and bones. The clanking of chains quickly sounded, accompanied by the pain of every inch of his flesh and bones being torn apart. This time, Yi Xian had to control the Shenong Cauldron with his mind as he broke through. It returned to its original speed and continued to chase after the flying centipede to prevent it from taking advantage of the situation. If there was a chance to escape, it had to be said that the breakthrough this time was much more difficult than before. However, at the same time, once the breakthrough was successful, the benefits that Yi Xian would obtain would definitely be greater than before. This was the principle of, you get what you put in. Chapter 3991. What's going on? Wasn't he on the verge of collapsing from the poison just now? Why did he recover in the blink of an eye? Is it because the more poison is used, the more ferocious he becomes? Yi Xian's weak state had only lasted for a short period of a few breaths of time before he recovered quickly. Moreover, even the Medicine King cauldron that had suddenly slowed down had displayed extreme speed once more and chased after him. The flying centipede's enormous eyes instantly flickered with a dark glow while he muttered to himself and analyzed the reason for this strange scene before him. That scene from before was absolutely not fake. Otherwise, if that kid intended to do something, then how could he have given up so quickly and immediately recovered his state and speed? Looks like the poison mist is still effective against him. Even if his figure is protected by the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the Medicine King cauldron, he was still affected to a certain extent. His sudden bad state from before is the best proof of this. However, this fellow possesses too many top-rate resources. If I'm not wrong, the healing treasures he withdrew with a flip of his hand and tossed into his mouth included the nether furnace lotion that appeared in the quintessence region of all evil. There seemed to be a few drops of something with an even purer aura than the nether furnace lotion. It isn't the evil origin elixir. Hiss. Damn it. That kid's luck is too heaven-defying. He actually obtained the legendary evil origin elixir. Besides that, there's that huge piece of flesh that's obviously roasted. It emanates the aura of treasures, and it's absolutely the aura of an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era. Damn it. He's actually feasting on the flesh and blood of an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era. When he spoke up to hear, the flying centipede's eyes had grown even brighter, and his gaze revealed a green glow. He was clearly tempted to the extreme. At this moment, he simply wished for nothing more than to immediately turn around and plunder Yi Xian from the outside to the inside before he could vent his hatred. It's too infuriating. A tiny region lord is like an ant, yet every single thing he produces, no matter if it's treasures or resources, is actually something that even I, an eternal realm expert, covets yet doesn't possess at all. This is simply unreasonable. In an instant, the flying centipede's idea of staying behind to think of a way to kill the other party with poison so that he could obtain all the treasures and resources on the other party became even firmer. On one hand, it was because he saw that Yi Xian had more top-grade treasures and resources in his possession. On the other hand, it was because Yi Xian had been poisoned to the point of being in a bad condition in such a short period of time. In his panic, he had no choice but to immediately take out a large amount of top-grade resources of similar quality to expel the poison and recover. This meant that the effects of his poison mist on the other party's body were quite significant. Since that was the case, it meant that there was a high chance of him being poisoned to death. There was no reason not to give it a try. This won't do. I have to increase the amount of poisonous fog. This kid definitely has a lot of top-grade resources and all kinds of heavenly treasures on him. If the poisonous fog doesn't corrode him enough, once he's in a bad state, he'll immediately swallow heavenly treasures to recover. If this goes on, won't he eat all of them? While muttering to himself, the flying centipede nodded repeatedly and agreed with him. These top-notch resources and heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to me, and they will change hands soon. How can he swallow them all? It's simply too wasteful. I can't let him off so easily. And if I increase the amount of poisonous fog, the density of the poisonous fog will increase to a certain extent, and the corrosive effect on the demonic ape real body will also increase greatly. This is the same principle as using strong medicine. Once the strong medicine is used, this guy will be poisoned on the spot. He won't even have the chance to take out all kinds of top-grade resources and heavenly materials and earthly treasures to recover. In this way, not only can I save my resources and treasures, but I can also end this battle as soon as possible. If the demonic tribe's ancestor appears, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, the flying centipede's eyelids twitched. Without hesitation, he immediately increased the amount and speed of the poisonous fog in his body by at least several times. Hiss! Hiss, 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 as more and more of the strange poisonous fog spread out from its body at an even faster speed, the hissing sounds that made one's scalp tingle became denser and more intense as the flying centipede flew through the void at an extremely fast speed. The flying centipede didn't leave either. He continued to chase after the Shinon cauldron as they circled around the corner of the void. None of the strange poisonous mist from his body managed to spread out. They all stayed in this corner of the void. Gradually, due to the increasing density of the poisonous fog, this corner of the void became darker, as if it was suddenly dyed black by a large mass of ink. All this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. He was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He secretly activated the power of the Shinon cauldron's internal field, and the speed and progress of absorbing the strange poisonous fog from the void around him also became faster. Time passed quickly. Yi Xian activated the Shinon cauldron and followed the flying centipede closely. More than 10 minutes passed before he knew it. During the entire process, the clattering sounds of chains were echoing inside the true devil ape's body. In the end, when the flying centipede, which had been leading Yi Xian in circles, turned around and looked at Yi Xian again, 2 humming chains were echoing inside Yi Xian's body. The 2 thick potential shackles were finally broken. At this moment, the system notification that Yi Xian had been expecting echoed in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient void technique. Your current level is the 3rd level of the Star Lord state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical state. Your current level is the 3rd level of the Star Lord state. Another 2 consecutive breakthroughs. The effects of this strange poisonous fog were indeed extraordinary. After Yi Xian stepped into the Star Lord state, he was able to welcome another 2 consecutive breakthroughs with just 1 body tempering. When his original body was a 1st-level Star Lord, his true form of the ancient ape demon was a 6th-level Star Lord. Once he used the 9 transformations of the devil ape and reached the 4th transformation, he would instantly become a domain lord old monster. Even though his original self had made another breakthrough and reached the 3rd level of the Star Lord state, according to his calculations, the primordial devil ape should be in the 8th level of the Star Lord state after its bloodline was activated. Once he entered the 4th transformation of the ancient ape demon, his peak combat ability would reach the 3rd level of the State Lord state, which was already at the peak of the beginning stage of the State Lord state. He would reach the middle stage of the State Lord state with 1 more minor breakthrough. The current Yi Xian was the true body of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was in the 4th transformation of the devil ape. As a result, following this breakthrough, the aura within his body rapidly rose, and in the blink of an eye, he rose from the 1st level of the Domain Lord to the 3rd level of the Domain Lord. Chapter 3992. What's going on? Why hasn't he been overpowered by the poison and has actually become even more ferocious? When he turned around to look, the flying centipede just happened to notice the scene of Yi Xian's cultivation instantly rising from the 1st rank of the Region Lord Realm to the 3rd rank of the Region Lord Realm, and he was stunned on the spot. His mouth was wide open and his face was covered in a dumbstruck expression. At this moment, half of his mind was filled with water and the other half was flour. Just thinking about it slightly caused his mind to instantly become mush. Damn it! He actually concealed his cultivation. Even if he was beaten to death, it was absolutely impossible for him to think that Yi Xian had just broken through because it was too shocking. A Region Lord Realm Junior that was like an ant actually had the leisure to break through while pursuing an Eternal Realm expert. This was truly too shocking, and it was utterly impossible for him to accept. So, after being stunned for a moment, the flying centipede quickly determined that Yi Xian had held back earlier. But now, he was on the verge of being unable to hold on because of the corrosion of the poison mist, so he'd unsealed that portion of his strength. This was the best explanation for the strange state that the flying centipede was in. Compared to Yi Xian breaking through on the spot during the battle, this was obviously more believable and easier to accept. When he thought like this, the heart that had just risen to his throat immediately calmed down, and the savage smile on his face grew even more savage. So what if he concealed his cultivation? Unsealing his concealed cultivation at a time like this can only mean that this kid is on the verge of being unable to hold on. This is just right. With the strength of the poison mist, I presume it won't be long before I'll be able to take him down and end this battle. When he thought up to here, the flying centipede's spirits were instantly refreshed, and he activated the countless poison sacs within his body with all his might. In an instant, even more strange poison mist instantly sprayed out from the countless pores on his enormous body. To the flying centipede, this poison mist was similar to the hellish ant liquid secreted by the hellish ant clan. It was an accumulation of innate bloodline ability. It could be said that the more the flying centipede released, the greater the impact on its body. If it had released all of its poison, the flying centipede would not have died on the spot. After all, the countless poison sacs in its body would slowly secrete poisonous fog and preserve it in the poison sacs. However, if all of them were to be emptied in a short period of time, the consequences would still be quite serious. To make an analogy, it was actually similar to lying on a woman's body and being completely squeezed until he was completely exhausted. His legs would definitely turn to jelly. He would have to eat a good meal and rest for a period of time before he could recover and regain his vigor. The flying centipede was naturally well aware of this, but he was like a fish that had been hooked, and he could not stop at all. At the very beginning, he first released a small amount of poison mist, then increased it to a large amount. Now that he saw that the other party was about to be unable to hold on, he used all his strength to release the poison mist without any regard for the consequences. He only hoped that he would be able to completely poison the other party in a short period of time. In his opinion, after all the poison mist and the countless poison sacs in his body was released, even though he would fall into a period of weakness, it did not matter. As long as he could follow closely behind, the abominable brat, who was barely holding on, would be completely poisoned. At that time, without his control, the Medicine King Cauldron, which was sticking behind him like a dogskin plaster, would naturally stop. At that time, he only needed to turn around and rush back for a short distance, use his divine abilities, and kill the opponent who had been poisoned and had lost consciousness from a safe distance. Next would be the harvest. As long as he quickly took action and plundered all the treasures and resources on the other party's body, he might even be able to swallow a portion of them on the spot and more or less recover a portion of his foundation. At that time, even if the patriarch of the demon race descended, in a one-on-one battle, even if he was not a match for him, he could still guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed. Yes. It had to be said that the old monster's abacus was really loud. He had considered and calculated all aspects. It was simply flawless. Everything was taken care of, and it seemed extremely perfect and perfect. However, he would never have thought that he was wrong from the beginning. This also meant that all the deductions and guesses that followed were destined to run counter to each other. Hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, as the flying centipede ignored the consequences and used all its strength to expel the strange poison mist that was stored in the countless poison sacs in its body, through the countless pores on the surface of its huge body, as if it was free. The hissing sounds that were already extremely dense in the surrounding void instantly rang out again. This feeling was like a huge pot of oil. The oil inside had already been burned, but a drizzle suddenly fell from the sky. Countless fine mist fell on the boiling oil surface, splashing countless scalp-numbing crackling sounds. In fact, even this corner of the void had turned pitch black in a short period of time because the density of the strange poison mist was too high. It was simply impossible to see one's fingers in front of one's face. If it weren't for the fact that both Yi Xian and the flying centipede were starry sky experts with divine sense, at this time, in such a pitch-black environment, even their vision would have been completely restricted. However, all this was tantamount to a huge surprise for Yi Xian, like a pie falling from the sky. He was just worried that the strange poison mist in the surrounding void was not dense enough. Although he had used this opportunity to temper his body and break through to the next realm, the Shinong Cauldron's five-colored flame was still in the process of evolving. It was rapidly absorbing the strange poison mist in the surrounding void. Now, Yi Xian was most worried that the flying centipede would notice something strange and stop releasing the poison in his body. If that was the case, the five-colored flame's evolution opportunity would undoubtedly come to a premature end. The loss was too great. But now, all his worries were gone. He didn't know if the other party's brain had been flooded with water. He was clearly using this poison mist to temper his body, breaking through to the next realm on the spot, and reaping huge benefits. He was actually increasing the amount of poison mist released, as if he was afraid that he didn't reap enough benefits. There was probably no one else who was so generous and righteous. Sighing in his heart, Yi Xian suddenly had a thought. His divine sense subconsciously extended beneath his feet, entering the mouth of the Shinong Cauldron and directly entering the heart of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. It was as if the Shinong Cauldron under his feet had become different in an instant. The connection between it and his mind was clearer and more vivid. This was very likely a sign that the Shinong five-colored flame had finally completed its evolution and was advancing to the six-colored flame. With this strong expectation, Yi Xian entered the central region volcano in the cauldron space with a wisp of divine sense. With just a glance, he became excited. Chapter 3993. The six-colored flame was finally complete. At this point, the power of the Shinong Cauldron increased again, and the additional color happened to be black, representing the poisonous flame attribute. Moreover, the Shinong six-colored flame already had the attribute of poisonous flame. This was definitely a huge breakthrough. Just in the aspect of roasting flesh and eating, there was already an unexpected change. Before this, Yi Xian had used the Shinong strange flame to roast flesh and blood, increasing the effect of the roasted flesh and blood, purifying and condensing it. But now, as long as he was willing, he could use the current Shinong six-colored flame to roast flesh and blood again, and focus on the effect of the poisonous flame. Not only would the quality of the roasted flesh and blood not improve, but it would also contain a strange poison. Moreover, there was no abnormality on the surface at all. It was still golden yellow and dripping with oil, and it was still fragrant. It was still appetizing to look at and smell it. Even if one swallowed it, they would not feel anything unusual. But when all the swallowed flesh and blood turned into pure energy in the body and circulated in the limbs and bones, the toxicity of the poisonous flame would show. At this point, even if one reacted, it would not be of much use. Even if one was not poisoned to death on the spot, he would probably lose a few layers of skin. Of course, this kind of roasting flesh and blood with poisonous flames could only be done to the enemy. Perhaps there would not be many opportunities to use it, but once it was used, the effect would definitely be unexpected and pleasantly surprising. This could almost be regarded as a backup method to deal with special situations. It was definitely the best method, without any suspense. And this was only a part of the power of the Shinong six-colored flame. There were obviously many others. The Shinong strange flame had a total of 9 colors. 1 to 3 colors were the early strange flame. 4 to 6 colors were the middle strange flame. 7 to 9 colors were the late strange flame. The current Shinong flame had already reached the peak of the middle strange flame, and it would enter the late strange flame after another evolution. Its significance was absolutely great, and there were definitely many practical benefits. However, Yi Xian did not have the time to carefully explore them one by one. there was still a flying centipede in front of him that seemed to have water in its head. It was waiting for him to take care of it. After a short period of excitement, Yi Xian quickly adjusted his state of mind again, and then turned to look at the flying centipede that was flying in circles in front of him. Today was different from the past. Although less than an hour had passed, both Yi Xian himself and the Shenong cauldron under his feet had quietly completed a breakthrough and evolution. Meanwhile, the flying centipede, who harbored malicious intentions in front of him, was rapidly depleting his energy. Even though he wasn't attacked, the large amount of poisonous mist accumulated in the countless poison sacs in his body had already been released in a short period of time. There wasn't much left, and this was also a form of depletion. Furthermore, it was a short-term and intense consumption. Under this increase and decrease, the disparity between the two sides was unknowingly obvious. It could be said that the current Yi Xian was extremely confident in capturing the flying centipede alive. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was 90% confident in capturing the flying centipede alive. But before that, there was still a large amount of strange black fog remaining in the surrounding void, but it had to be absorbed first. This kind of poisonous fog was rare, and there wouldn't be such a shop after this village. Yi Xian decided to use the Shenong cauldron to absorb it with all its might, condense it into liquid, and preserve it for future emergencies. A need. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately activated the domain power of the Shenong cauldron with all his might. He no longer held back and unleashed an extremely fast speed, completely releasing it, and began to absorb the remaining strange poisonous fog in the surrounding void. Hiss. At this moment, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron. The remaining strange poisonous fog in the surrounding void suddenly hissed loudly, and in an instant, it was as if it was sucked in by a powerful tornado, moving towards the mouth of the Shenong cauldron at an extremely fast speed. They gathered together. In just half a moment, a terrifying vortex formed from strange poisonous fog with a diameter of 10,000 feet appeared above the mouth of the cauldron. The flying centipede in the void in front of him just happened to turn its head at this moment. When it saw this strange scene, its mind was in a mess again. It was dumbstruck as if it had just been struck by lightning. Is this brat crazy? Do you think you're not dying fast enough? You're actually swallowing the sea like a whale. As soon as he finished speaking, there was no longer a trace of strange poisonous fog in the vast void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In just a short breath, all of the strange poisonous fog was sucked into the Shenong cauldron. If it was before the Shenong 6 colors had completed its evolution, this scene would definitely not have happened. Even if Yi Xian ignored the flying centipede in front of him and activated the Shenong cauldron to absorb with all its might, it would have taken at least 5 to 6 breaths. But now, the speed had increased by several times. At this time, in the void of the black wind star field, there were two figures flying at extreme speed. Their speed was actually much faster than the huge stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters. These were the two Sector Lord old monsters that had escaped from the Demon Royal star field. They were also Yi Xian's target. This place was already tens of millions of miles away from the central region of the Demon Royal star field. Another 30 to 40 million miles and they would be able to leave the Demon Royal Star Field. In the void, the two Sector Lord Old Monsters channeling the energy in their bodies and using extreme speed, fleeing all the way, the only thing they had in mind was the demonic Devil Starfield border dividing line 30 to 40 million li away. They were Sector Lord Old Monsters, but now they were like stray dogs. They were truly frightened because they had personally witnessed 3 undying old monsters being crushed by the Demon Royal Brother, Mo Jiofeng. The blood-crowned fox dove was reduced to half a skeleton. The black demon tiger was blasted in two. Even its primordial spirit couldn't escape. As for the rainbow lightning sparrow, it was also trapped in a 10,000-mile sea of lightning. Clearly, it wasn't looking good either. This was too shocking. The 3 Sector Lord Old Monsters who were watching the battle from afar were so scared that they immediately turned and fled. They originally wanted to tear through the void and escape, but they quickly discovered that the void was sealed by a formless mysterious energy. They couldn't do it at all. Helplessly, the 3 could only use their fleshly body to travel through the void and escape in different directions. Luckily, the Demon Royal Brother Mo Jiofeng was chasing the last undying old monster, the flying centipede. He didn't have time to care about them. As long as they were fast enough, there was still a chance to escape this sealed Demon Royal Star Field and tear through the void again. There was still 30 million miles before reaching the edge of the Demon Royal Star Field. As long as they rushed out, they would see their chance. Thinking up to here, the 2 Sector Lord Old Monsters became excited. Their speed that had already reached the limit actually exploded again under such circumstances, increasing their speed by another 20%. At this time, in the direction of the Demon Royal Star Field, something unexpected happened. Rumble. Chapter 3998. Rumble. Rumble. Rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded, and it was growing closer and closer. It was the commotion caused by a treasured cauldron that was enormous like a star shooting over at extreme speed through space. Shockingly, it was Yi Xian who'd locked onto the position of the treasured cauldron and utilized the farmer god cauldron with all his might to rush over and kill Yi Xian and his companions. The hearts of the 2 fleeing world lords froze while they had a bad premonition, and they instinctively turned around to look. When they saw this scene, they were terrified to the point their figures started trembling while their countenances instantly turned ghastly pale like a sheet of paper. After all, this person behind him was a terrifying existence that could even annihilate eternal old monsters. So, the strength he revealed at the Region Lord realm right now was simply a facade to deceive others. Besides that eternal old monster from the Senior Council of the Federation that he'd killed not too long ago, they'd witnessed this fellow crush 3 eternal old monsters just moments ago. The blood-crowned fox dove had been transformed into half a skeleton, the baleful black devil tiger had been blasted into 2, and even its soul core hadn't been able to escape. As for the rainbow flame lightning sparrow, it was similarly trapped within an ocean of lightning, and it obviously didn't bode well for it. After that, he even pursued the flying centipede with great fanfare. Based on the fact that he'd caught up to them so quickly, the flying centipede was probably dead as well. Now that they thought about it, in merely less than 2 hours of time, the eternal old monsters that had perished at his hands had already arrived at 4. If that eternal old monster from the Senior Council of the Federation was included, then it would be 5 eternal old monsters. What a monstrous genius. He's simply not human, he's simply a god of slaughter. When they thought up to here, the hearts of these 2 fleeing world lords instantly started to tremble. They'd gathered together and not fled separately because they were originally prepared to deal with their enemies as soon as possible and flee swiftly if they encountered obstructions. But that was referring to the other experts of the demonic race. Even if a Sector Lord chased over, with the 2 of them working together, if they were willing to risk their lives, they would have a chance to escape in a short period of time. However, the one chasing after them was this terrifying god of death. Even the immortal realm old monsters had fallen in his hands. Facing such an existence chasing after them, they simply didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. Even the flying centipede couldn't escape and was still killed. With their strength, if they wanted to escape from the hands of this killing god, could they not be joking? His only hope was to make the other party stop pursuing him. If he wanted to do that, he could only beg for mercy. As for other methods, once he used them, he would definitely be courting death. He would directly enrage the other party, and they would definitely chase him to the ends of the earth. They would not rest until he was dead. More importantly, they didn't have the ability to escape that far. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the two Sector Lord old monsters were so frightened that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. They exchanged a glance, and their pale faces turned red. They turned around and begged for mercy from this god of slaughter Jr. who was chasing after them. Little friend, calm down. What happened before was actually a misunderstanding. Please don't chase us anymore. Treat us as farts, and let us go, alright? Since you've been tormenting us for so long, you must be tired. We don't dare to trouble you anymore. We'll scram ourselves. Yes, scram immediately, don't stay a second longer. Little ancestor, why are you still chasing us? We have no enmity, please don't chase us. Woo! After pleading a few times, the god of slaughter who was chasing after him at an extremely fast speed didn't move at all. He didn't even respond. In just a short while, the huge cauldron that was like a star under his feet had caught up a lot closer. It seemed that it was about to catch up with him. Such a scene scared the two old monsters out of their wits. Their words carried a sobbing tone. At this moment, they were truly regretting it to the point that their intestines turned green. If they had known earlier that the devil race's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng, was such a monster, why would they have fought to the death? They would have just brought their race to surrender. With such a monster around, the devil race was destined to be a great blessing. They were destined to be the #1 universe overlord. Unfortunately, they didn't understand this point before. It was too late to regret now. Rumble, just as the two Sector Lord old monsters were filled with regret and hatred, the Shin cauldron that was as large as a star behind them had already caught up to them in a few breaths of time. It was already less than 100 miles away from the two of them who were fleeing with extreme speed. A feeling of complete despair surged into their hearts. The expressions of the two Sector Lord old monsters instantly became ferocious. After all, they were the ancestor-level figures of their respective races. Just now, they were like stray dogs begging for mercy from the god of death chasing behind them. That was because they still held on to the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. But now, it seemed that wanting to live this time had clearly become a wishful thinking. It was simply impossible to realize. Under such circumstances, there was naturally no need to lower his status and dignity to beg the other party. It was just death anyway. Since he couldn't escape, he would do his best to cause some damage to the other party. Little bastard, you forced me to do this. Since I'm going to die anyway, even if I can't drag you down with me, I'll at least disgust you a little. Go to hell. With a ferocious expression, the two Sector Lord old monsters revealed their ferocious expressions. As they roared, they directly revealed their respective bloodline true bodies, which were tens of thousands of feet tall. Then, they did not hesitate to self-destruct. It was not the self-destruction of the physical body, but the physical body and primordial spirit at the same time. In any case, it was useless to keep the primordial spirit. An immortal old monster as strong as the Black Fiend Devil Tiger, after the bloodline true body was blasted into 2 pieces, the primordial spirit escaped. Didn't it also not escape the calamity? In the end, the primordial spirit was destroyed, and its body and soul were destroyed. Rumble. After making up their minds and determined to die, the two Sector Lord old monsters stopped fleeing at an extremely fast speed. Their expressions were ferocious as they glared at Yi Xian who was chasing after them. Within the 100,000 feet tall bloodline true body, a deep thunderous sound came out like a tide. This was the sound of self-destruction. It had been activated, and the rhythm was about to unfold. In front of this king, do you have the qualifications to self-destruct? Seeing that these two fellows wanted to self-destruct, Yi Xian immediately sneered. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and directly pulled out a sea of flames from the Shinon cauldron beneath his feet. Each flame had 6 colors, and it was incomparably dazzling. It was majestic for tens of thousands of miles, and directly enveloped the two sector lords' 100,000 feet tall bloodline true body. It was enveloped within. Ruthless. Half of this army came from the immortal army of the imperial capital's immortal star, while the other half came from the 3 great empires under the imperial capital. The commander-in-chief of this imperial capital's immortal army was called Long Xixia, and he was a reclusive old monster of the imperial family. His cultivation was also at the universe rank 9 great perfection. Just the 3rd universe plane alone had gathered an army of 25 million battleships and battleships. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies was a half-step immortal old monster, and there were 2 ordinary immortal old monsters lurking in the dark. This was definitely a powerful force, and the lineup was too luxurious. And this was only the forces gathered outside the wormhole that connected to the 3rd universe's dimension. The troops gathered outside the wormhole connected to the 2nd universe plane were about the same as the troops gathered here. Basically, all the large tribes of the 2nd universe had organized a fleet to participate in this alliance. Among them, except for the Dark Turtle tribe, which was among the top 10 tribes, the other 9 powerful tribes had gathered a fleet of between 1 million and 2 million soldiers. Just the combined strength of these 9 powerful tribes of the 2nd universe plane was close to 20 million soldiers. In addition to the large number of fleets of other small tribes, the total strength of the entire 2nd Universe Planes Alliance army was even more than 25 million soldiers, reaching almost 27 million soldiers. In addition, the commander-in-chief of the Alliance Army of the 2nd Universe Planes Alliance Army was a command council, which was made up of 9 old monsters of the top 10 tribes. These 9 old monsters of the 9 tribes were all at the late-stage universe plane, and more than half of them had already reached the universe rank 9 great perfection. In total, the enemy troops gathered outside the wormholes of these 2 planes had a total strength of more than 50 million soldiers. And this was only the so-called conventional combat strength that was revealed on the surface. Chapter 4004. The battleship army of more than 50 million soldiers was divided into 2 camps and assembled near the 2 wormholes at the edge of the Demon Star area. After 3 whole days, they were finally fully assembled. Then, with an order from the commanders, the 2 terrifying armies of more than 20 million soldiers set off almost at the same time, approaching the Demon Emperor 3 stars from the left and right of the Demon Domain from the same direction. Soon, they entered the Demon Star area. Such a terrifying army couldn't advance too fast. In fact, they didn't need to advance too fast. If they walked slowly, it would create an invisible pressure on the demon race. After all, such a terrifying army was basically enough to sweep across a universe. They couldn't resist the demon race at all. they were almost doomed to be exterminated. The pressure of facing extermination would become more and more intense as time went by and the terrifying army approached. 2 days. According to the estimation of the commanders of the two camps, the two armies would approach the 3 stars Demon Star area in 2 days in such a state of slow advance. The scouts of the demon race stationed at the edge of the star area had been informed of all this. They immediately reported all the information to the 3 stars Demon Emperor. While the terrifying armies of the two camps were still assembling their forces, the 3 stars Demon Emperor was ready to fight. The total force of the demon race was about 20 million battleships. Previously, Grandpa Mo had led 10 million battleships to form an allied force of 4 clans with the Hell Ant Clan, the Space Mouse Clan and the Giant Ferocious Clan. At this moment, they were in the depths of the first universe. Therefore, there were only about 15 million battleships left in the 3 stars Demon Emperor. In these 3 days, the two camps from the second universe and the third universe were assembling their forces, and so were the demon race. Each of the 8 foreign tribes of the Demon Dweller race had 10 Demon Dweller stars. Because there were still some clansmen in these Demon Dweller stars, each Demon Dweller star had some battleships guarding it. But in these 3 days, the battleships stationed on the demon stars of the 8 tribes had all shrunk to the 3 stars Demon Emperor. However, there were only about 4 million battleships. Including this part, the total number of warships stationed in the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor was less than 20 million. These 20 million battleships were now lined up in a straight line in the void of the universe outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor. The left and right sides of the battleship stretched for tens of millions of miles. Unfortunately, compared to the forces of the 2 external factions that were slowly approaching the 3-star demonic emperors, they were still inferior in comparison. They didn't even have half of the enemy's forces. However, aside from this army of close to 20 million battleships, there were also close to 6 million native ferocious beasts gathered in the Demon Emperor's 3 stars defensive perimeter. Originally, the native ferocious beasts in the depths of the root of all evil galaxy were numerous, but during the first calamity, most of them failed to escape and were buried in the netherworld cauldron under the wrath of the Heavenly Tao Heavenly Eye. However, although the native ferocious beasts that had escaped with the help of Yi Xian Shenong Cauldron were not many in number, only around 5 million to 6 million, but almost all of them were elites. At this moment, the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts had all revealed their bloodline true forms. Each of them was huge in size, comparable to a battleship or a fortress of various sizes. Some of the more powerful existences even had bodies of tens of thousands of feet, comparable to a fortress of various sizes. As for battle prowess, a native ferocious beast, after revealing its bloodline true form, was basically on par with a Starry Sky battleship. After all, although the Starry Sky battleships had starship cannons, the native ferocious beasts also had innate abilities and were more agile. In a battle of attrition, it was really difficult to say who would emerge victorious. In other words, the 6 million native ferocious beasts could basically be regarded as 6 million battleships of various types. Including them, the total number of the demonic race's forces barely reached 25 million. Compared to the total number of forces of the 2 external factions that were approaching, they had reached half of the enemy's forces. At this moment, the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts occupied a large corner of the demonic race's defensive perimeter. All of them revealed their bloodline true forms and bared their fangs and brandished their claws in excitement. For the demonic race, the upcoming battle was a battle for the survival of their race. For the nearly 6 million native ferocious beasts, the purpose of this battle was only to obtain food and store it. After the battle, they would slowly enjoy it when they returned to the farmer god cauldron. As for the survival of the demonic race, they did not care at all. These native ferocious beasts acknowledged Yi Xian, but it did not mean that they would love him for his sake. It was the same for the demonic race. All the native ferocious beasts in the depths of the root of all evil star field had some desolate era bloodline in them. They had their own pride, and it was already good enough that they acknowledged Yi Xian and sincerely followed him. Yi Xian did not intend to force them to do the same for the demonic race. In fact, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, the devil cultivator was only a relatively close ally. Chapter 4008. Screech, the chilling screech of the weeping soul resounded in the void. The entire vast and boundless star field seemed to tremble under the sudden arrival of this violent howl. It was a terrifying howl that seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens. It immediately caused countless experts in the nearby void to tremble violently. Even their minds and consciousnesses were in a daze at this moment. It was as if their spiritual bodies were being drawn by the howl and were about to leave their bodies. In the void in front of them, an invisible tide like an ocean in the starry sky suddenly leaked out from the core node. It followed the outer 9 rings of the war drum and continued to expand. Finally, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it covered the vast void directly facing the mouth of the huge horn. The bottom was enveloped. Ah, ah. In the void, miserable howls rang out one after another. They were all extremely short, but they covered the sky and the earth. They were densely packed and continued endlessly, causing a great terror that made one's back shiver and scalp tighten to spread out in an instant, enveloping this corner of the starry sky. The scene was too strange. The extreme contrast between vision and hearing gave people a completely unreal feeling. In the central area of the battlefield, the 2.5 million elite battleships did not move at all. They were not affected in the slightest, but the experts of various races who had already rushed out of the battleships trembled violently at this moment. Everyone's expression was ferocious, and blood was flowing from their 7 orifices, as if they were enduring great pain. Although the Weeping Soul War Drum's Weeping Soul War Drum did not possess any physical attack power, it was precisely because of this that its attack effect on the soul, spirit, consciousness, and other levels was even more shocking and horrifying. Previously, the experts of various races in the 2.5 million elite battleships were well aware of this point. That was why they were so panicked when they saw Yi Xian suddenly appear and wave his hand to summon a blood-colored Weeping Soul War Drum. Any expert would be most fearful of this kind of soul-level attack. Although the experts of the starry sky who had hurriedly fled from the 2.5 million elite battleships were of different races, including the human race and the experts of various races of the second universe, but in the face of the Weeping Soul War Drum, they were equally frightened. The Weeping Soul Beast's Weeping Soul spiritual wave was not only effective against demons who possessed spiritual power, but it was also effective against human cultivators who cultivated the primordial spirit, as well as the consciousness level of other races or life forms, such as electronic consciousness, crystal consciousness, and so on. At this time, all the experts in the void, including the few who were still inside the 2,500,000 elite warships, were affected by the Weeping Soul howl. At present, the Weeping Soul Battle Kara could insta-kill any being below the 15th level of cultivation with a single full-powered attack. In other words, if one's cultivation hadn't reached the level of an almighty figure of the universe, then there was no chance of survival under the devastation of this soul-crying howl. At this time, the howling sound rang out. Among the countless starry sky masters, only 100 or so universe masters clenched their teeth and performed void teleportation, escaping the area covered by the Weeping Soul Howl. However, even though they had managed to survive the Weeping Soul Howl, their souls had suffered quite a bit of damage. It was likely that they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. This scene was too tragic. In the void, the shrill and ear-piercing howl lasted for only a second before it completely disappeared and could no longer be heard. Then, 2 seconds later, as if in response to this howl, the countless miserable howls that appeared following this howl also completely disappeared. In just a breath of time, the void returned to silence, a deathly silence. The 2,500,000 elite warships were still standing there, undamaged, but they had already become ghost warships. There was not a single living person inside or outside the warships. In the void outside a large number of warships, they were densely packed with corpses. They were all floating corpses. These starry sky masters, even though all of them had revealed their enormous bloodline true bodies, were still unable to escape the calamity. Yi Xian had acted too quickly. With a weeping soul howl, he had instantly determined the outcome of the battle. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, almost all of the starry sky masters in the 2,500,000 elite warships had perished. Only a little more than 100 universe realm masters had managed to escape. As far as the eye could see, this corner of the void of the central battlefield domain was densely packed with corpses of various races experts. The human race was the minority, only about a quarter of them. Basically, they were all the bloodline true bodies of various races experts of the second universe. Facing this horrifying scene, countless experts from the 3 camps who were facing each other from 20 million miles away were collectively speechless and dumbfounded. Even Sao, Gong Shou Axian, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal realm masters in the second universe's camp's command council were all in a daze. They came back to their senses. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian waved his hand and directly stored the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman into the undying world within his body. This time, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts within the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman weren't completely exhausted and still had the ability to attack. At the same time, he turned around and looked in the direction of the demon camp behind him. His gaze fell on the area where more than 5 million indigenous ferocious beasts were gathered. Rolling his eyes, he grinned and said, "What are you waiting for? This king has already helped you kill the prey. Do you want this king to deliver all the food to you one by one?" That's right. The reason why Yi Xian used the Weeping Soul battle armor at the beginning was to help these gluttonous ferocious beasts collect some meat to eat. The void in front of them was now densely packed with bloodline avatars of various races experts. It was enough for each of the 5 million gluttonous ferocious beasts to eat dozens of corpses. Of course, the other quarter were human corpses. Yi Xian had already ordered that no ferocious beasts were allowed to touch them. If the situation forced him to, he could start a war with the human race, but he would never allow the ferocious beasts to eat human corpses. Roar! Roar roar! As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise immediately raised their heads and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Immediately after, the nearly 6 million ferocious beasts behind them all howled in excitement as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. In the blink of an eye, the 5 million indigenous ferocious beasts' eyes turned green. There were at least 30 to 40 million bloodline avatars in front of them. They were all incomparably large. In their eyes, this was clearly an incomparably fresh meat to eat. It was probably still warm today. If they kept it, it would be enough to eat for a long time. In the next instant, without needing anyone to say anything, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise took the lead and rushed forward. Behind them, close to 6 million indigenous ferocious beasts were densely packed. Each of them had green light in their eyes as they rushed forward like a rolling tide. Chapter 4009. In just a few breaths of time, a huge change happened. The 2.5 million elite battleships weren't damaged in the slightest, and they were still suspended in the void of the Central Territory ahead of them. However, all the experts of the various clans within the battleships had already fallen, and only a little over 100 supreme figures of the universe had escaped with heavy injuries to their souls. The 2.5 million elite battleships were originally sent by the two camps to slap the demon in the face. They were sure that the demon wouldn't dare to fight back. However, the result made them pale. Before they could slap the demon had already slapped his own face. Slap. After that, he even spat a mouthful of phlegm on his face. Even though all the experts in the 2.5 million battleships were dead, the demon's royal brother, Mo Jiofeng, didn't seem to want to stop. He turned around and summoned millions of ferocious beasts to collect the corpses. Without a doubt, this so-called collection of corpses was the process of treating the corpses of the experts of various races in the void as food. They would be preserved and slowly enjoyed. This was simply unbearable. Sao, Gong Shou Axian, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal realm experts of the second universe were so angry that their bodies were shaking. Their faces were ashen, and they almost spurted blood. Now, they almost wanted to skin the demon's royal brother, Mo Jiofeng, alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to quench their hatred. However, when they turned around and summoned the millions of ferocious beasts, the culprit, Mo Jiofeng, strangely disappeared from the spot. No one could sense or capture his aura. Sao, Gong Shou Axian, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal realm experts of the second universe all clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. They roared madly and issued new orders. Attack immediately and send these damned vicious beasts to the afterlife. Attack! All the big fortresses, attack immediately. Rush over as fast as possible and annihilate these damn gluttons. Hong long long. Boom! As the order was given, a large number of strongholds of various sizes rushed out from the two camps in front of them. The reason why they did not open fire immediately was that the void where they were arranged was still more than 12 million miles away from the 2.5 million elite battleships that had already arrived at the central battlefield. Distance. The optimal firing range of the naval cannons was within 10 million kilometers. Otherwise, even if they fired, at such a long distance, the energy beam of the naval cannons wouldn't be able to cause much damage to the native beasts. There was even a high possibility that the other party would be able to dodge the attack with nimble movements. In the blink of an eye, more than 1 million fortresses of various sizes rushed out from the two camps. In the void, Lion Lianfeng, who was 1 million zhang in size and looked like a small star, roared furiously without end. His qi and blood were too abundant, shaking the void to the point that it was trembling. Where's your great killing weapon? Why don't you bring it out? Are you looking down on me? The reason he came out to fight was because he had received instructions from the immortal realm old freaks of his race. His purpose was to consume the kinetic energy of Yi Xian's Time War Talisman. With his current state of cultivation at the Undying Realm, his terrifying true form, and monstrous qi and blood, he wouldn't perish at all if he forcefully resisted 1 or 2 waves of violet gold tides, and he would at most be heavily injured. He'd risked being heavily injured to help those 11 immortals exhaust the Time War Talisman that caused them to fear the rhythm of the violet gold tides. This was something that only an ancestor of the War Lion race who possessed the bloodline divine ability, the 9 forms of the Mad Lion, was capable of accomplishing. Once he completed this assignment, then when the Devilman race was annihilated and the various races and top-rate powers divided the benefits, this accomplishment of his would allow the War Lion race to obtain even more benefits and an even greater share. This king is merely tempering my body in this battle, digesting the gains I've obtained recently, and dealing with the drawbacks of advancing too quickly in my cultivation. Why should I utilize the Starry Sky War Talisman? Yi Xian sneered. Before he could finish speaking, his figure had already dashed out. He charged towards Sui Ji and slashed out with his blade, killing an undying being like you, using all 3 treasures. Enough. This was clearly the rhythm of using the opponent as a whetstone. A dignified undying being was actually reduced to a training partner, being looked down upon to the extreme. Lion Lian Feng's blood and qi churned, roaring endlessly. He raised his left forelimb, slapping down at Yi Xian who was shooting over. Just like swatting a fly, he was using his actions to express the contempt and ridicule in his heart. Swish! The Starry Sky Supreme Treasure void-shattering shuttle under his feet flashed brilliantly, and Yi Xian's figure suddenly changed direction, drawing a perfect arc in the void with extreme dexterity. His speed suddenly doubled, and in half an instant, he had already approached Shi Lianfeng's left rib area. Pooh! A muffled sound rang out. The right hand of the devil ape true body chopped down. The withered demon blood blade flickered and left behind a bloody wound on Shi Lianfeng's left rib. Light golden blood splashed in the air. Oh! Shi Lianfeng felt the pain, and as if a conditioned reflex, he spat out the same word, full of resentment. His figure turned, and his right palm rumbled, and, with just this kind of attack and power, you want to kill this senior? Is your brain flooded with water? Yi Xian sneered, urging the void-shattering shuttle under his feet. His figure was like a butterfly flying through flowers in the void, once again drawing a beautiful arc. At the same time he nimbly dodged this attack, he had already rushed to another area. The withered demon blood blade in his hand let out a cheerful cry, once again chopping down. The withered demon blood blade was a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure. Even if it was an undying old monster's body, it could still break through the defenses, but it did not penetrate deeply. Just now, although this chop left a 3,000 zhang long wound on Shi Lianfeng's War Lion true body, the latter, under the Mad Lion's 5th transformation, had now become a colossus of 1,000,000 zhang. This was because he was like a small star. A mere 3,000 zhang long wound, to him, was completely the same as a mosquito bite. Not to mention injuring his muscles and bones, it could not even be considered a superficial wound. However, Yi Xian was very satisfied, the cold smile on his face as before. In that chop just now, the withered demon blood blade had already awakened. At the same time the blood blade cut open Shi Lianfeng's flesh, it had already taken the opportunity to absorb some of his blood energy and life force. Shi Lianfeng's body was 1,000,000 zhang long, his blood and qi overflowing the heavens. Losing some of his blood energy and life force would not cause him to feel anything at all, but in the long run, many little drops make an ocean. Even 1,000 li dike would collapse under an ant's nest. Moreover, other than the withered demon blade's silent attack, every time it attacked, it would absorb a small portion of his blood energy and life force. Yi Xian still had other backup plans, and that was to temper poison. A few days ago, he had obtained 18 drops of sky centipede's poison from the alliance of 10,000 races immortal old monster flying centipede. That was a terrifying poison that could even corrode the void. Before Yi Xian took out the withered demon blood blade, he had already taken out a drop of the poison and diluted it with the innate Yin cold spirit liquid from the Yin demon clan's ancestral land. He poured it into the blood blade's edge. Now, with that slash just now, this terrifying sky centipede's poison had already entered Shi Lianfeng's body through his blood. However, because it had been diluted, Shi Lianfeng did not feel it at all. Although he felt pain, he thought that it was caused by his flesh being cut open, and did not cause it at all. Chapter 40:17. Ouch! While feeling stifled and indignant in his heart, Shi Lianfeng let out a furious roar from the pain, and he was just about to press down with his palm when a strong feeling of weakness came from his body at this moment, and it was continuous like the tide, causing his mind to shake violently as he cried out in astonishment. Wait! What happened? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly staggered in the void and almost fell into the void. As an immortal being, after activating his bloodline true body, he had a terrifying body that was 3 million feet tall. His qi and blood were so abundant that it made people's hair stand on end. But now, he felt so weak that his legs were weak. A sense of alarm rose in his heart. Shi Lianfeng immediately looked inside his mind to check the condition of his body. He quickly discovered an abnormality and raised his head to look at Yi Xian. He roared endlessly, "Stinking brat, what did you do? I have lost 20% of my qi and blood. And what is the black fog in my body? Why can't I get rid of it? You! Is your saber poisoned? Congratulations, you got it right." Yi Xian sneered and dodged the attack. In the blink of an eye, he was in another direction. He raised his saber and chopped it down. He murmured to himself, "It is said that before the heaven and earth were separated, there was a great demon in the outer space who lost his memory. The evil thoughts in his heart were no longer there. He hid in the depths of the void and spent all his time there." Done. One day, the evil thoughts were completely recovered. The great demon was born and turned into a withered saber with black light. The demonic nature of this saber is too strong. It killed countless creatures. Those who died had their souls destroyed. It is the withered demon saber, Puff. As he spoke to this point, the withered demon blood blade in his hand, which glowed with a bloody light, suddenly fell down. With a puff, it left behind a hideous cut on Shi Lianfeng's left thigh. There is a blade spirit sealed in this king's weapon. It is the withered demon. As for the poison you mentioned, all right, I admit it. A few days ago, I accidentally killed a flying centipede. To be precise, it was an immortal heavenly centipede. Its bloodline had evolved to the peak of this species, becoming a different kind of creature. It had 9 pairs of wings on its back, and the poisonous fog in its body could corrode even the void. I was lucky to collect the strange poisonous fog in the body of the 9 corners heavenly centipede and condensed a drop of heavenly centipede venom. I have nothing to do these days, so I smeared it back and forth on the saber to pass the time. Puff! Puff! Hearing this, Shi Lianfeng couldn't hold it in anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out a few arrows. Like a heavy rain, the sky. Immediately after, a shrill howl of agony rang out, causing the void to tremble. Roar! Heavenly centipede venom. To pass the time. To pass the time. You little bastard, you definitely did this on purpose. At this moment, Shi Lianfeng was so angry that he almost doubted his life. If it was the poisonous fog in the body of an ordinary flying centipede, it would be fine. But the 9 corners heavenly centipede was different. As Yi Xian said just now, the Nine Corners heavenly centipede was almost no longer a flying centipede. The bloodline in its body had evolved to the peak of this species. It was like a fox that had 9 fox tails. It was equivalent to jumping out of the shackles of life and becoming a 9-tailed celestial fox. The poison in the Nine Corners heavenly centipede's body was already extraordinary. What's more, the poison was obtained from an immortal heavenly centipede with the cultivation of the immortal realm. With Shi Lianfeng's current strength, it was impossible for him to expel and refine it. There was no need to continue this battle. He didn't want to fight anymore. He had to find a place to heal his wounds immediately and find a way to expel or refine the poison in his body. Otherwise, he could recover from the loss of a little bit of qi and blood, but with the horrible poison in his body that could even corrode the void, it would definitely damage his foundation. If he wanted to truly step into the immortal realm in this life, it could only be wishful thinking. Thinking of this, Shi Lianfeng was shocked. His entire huge body trembled slightly. He didn't want to continue fighting and directly cancelled the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the Mad Lion. His huge body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a breath's time, he had returned to his original size of around 300 meters. Stinking brat, you win. This senior will definitely take revenge for today's grudge in the future. Turning his head to glance at Yi Xian, Shi Lianfeng's eyes emitted a dark light that was filled with endless hatred. He fiercely threw down a few words before turning around to return to the army of the second universe behind him. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Yi Xian sneered and sighed, aren't you half-step immortal realm? Since you have a grudge, you should take revenge on the spot and leave it for another day. What's the point? Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian activated the Void Shatter shuttle beneath his feet, and his figure transformed into a violet ray of light that approached Shi Lianfeng in the blink of an eye. He slashed at Shi Lianfeng with his blade. After the latter cancelled the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the Mad Lion, he had fallen from the immortal realm. His original cultivation at the perfection of the universe 9th realm had been affected by the sky centipede's poison, and he was only at the intermediate universe realm now. But even then, he was still much stronger than Yi Xian, who was merely at the first rank of the Region Lord realm. At this moment, Shi Lianfeng's huge body was no longer bloated and had returned to his original size of around 300 meters. His agility had risen completely as well. When he saw Yi Xian slash at him, he immediately flared up with rage, "You're courting death." Bang! Amidst his furious roar, the huge lion didn't dodge or retreat, and he moved forward instead. He directly moved to meet Yi Xian's attack head-on. He raised his right forelimb and was about to slap down. Crack! Swish! The clear sound of lightning suddenly resounded without the slightest sign. Both sides were still a few dozen kilometers apart when the black mist figure within Yi Xian's devil-ape true body suddenly waved his hand and executed the spiritual lightning technique. A bolt of black lightning that was around 300 meters in size struck down from the sky and directly descended towards Shi Lianfeng. The latter's figure suddenly froze, and he just avoided this strike when the faint sound of the air being torn apart resounded once more. The withered demon bloodblade that was originally held in the right hand of the fleshly body instantly transformed into a dark red light that whistled past in the blink of an eye. It was practically biting the tail of the black lightning as it appeared above Shi Lianfeng, to the side of his head. After that, before he could even react, the blade struck down fiercely. Pooh! A muffled sound resounded. Shi Lianfeng was caught off guard, and his head rolled off from his shoulder. A large amount of light golden blood gushed out from his neck cavity, but in the next instant, all of it was absorbed by the withered demon blood blade, and not a single drop was left behind in the void. It was even to the extent that his battle lion body that was originally filled with vital energy and blood had completely withered and shriveled up in a short period of a few moments. He was like a dried corpse, and it was a shocking sight. In the blink of an eye, a half-step immortal realm expert had perished. Not only had his body been destroyed, even his soul core hadn't been able to escape and was transformed into nourishment before being devoured by the withered demon blade. Chapter 40:18. Xiao. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the withered demon blood blade turned into a dark red light and directly entered Yi Xian's body. It lay dormant in his undying world and no longer made a sound. This made Yi Xian somewhat stunned. Although Shi Lianfeng had fallen, the battle clearly wasn't over yet. Yi Xian didn't even take the initiative to put away the withered demon blood blade. The weapon was completely under the control of the withered demon blood blade and entered his body on its own accord. This was truly strange, but Yi Xian quickly understood. His heart was filled with joy, and an unexpected smile appeared on his face. Shi Lianfeng was a half-step immortal. After being killed in this battle, all of the blood energy in his body, including his primordial spirit, was devoured by the withered demon blood blade. This was definitely a sumptuous meal. Even the withered demon blood blade couldn't withstand it and needed a certain amount of time to digest. Otherwise, the withered demon blood blade wouldn't have activated the withered demon blood blade without Yi Xian's permission and entered dormant in his body. If nothing unexpected happened, then the current withered demon blade would have definitely fallen into a deep sleep after activating the withered demon blood blade and entering Yi Xian's undying world. Not long after, when the withered demon blood blade awakens again, its evolution level would be even higher. The withered demon blood blade's domain would also undergo a transformation and upgrade due to the harvest this time. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately surged with pride. A boundless pressure rumbled out from his body as he turned around and swept his gaze across the space in front of him. He directly called out to the two great expeditionary camps, "Who else is not convinced?" This kind of provocation was blatant disregard. Standing alone in the void, he actually dared to arrogantly shout at the two subjugation camps that had a military strength of over 50 million warships. Everyone felt as if they had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. They were so sullen that they were about to go crazy. "Oh. Little bastard with the surname M.O., you're just relying on the fact that you've dipped your demonic blade in poison. Fellow Daoist lion was careless and was tricked by you. How dare you be so arrogant?" An earth-shattering roar sounded from the Second Universe's allied army. Then, a giant battle wolf with golden hair rushed out from one of the flagship fortresses. It was one of the top 10 in the Second Universe, the fleet commander of the Greedy Wolf clan. One of the 8 upper echelons of the Camp Command Council, a half-step immortal golden-maned Greedy Wolf. Right now, fellow cultivator lion's blood, chi, and soul have filled up the blade spirit of your poisonous blade. If my guess is correct, the poisonous blade returning to its nest on its own accord must be a sign that the blade spirit has fallen asleep. Let's see what else you can do without the poisonous blade. With a shrill howl, the golden-maned Greedy Wolf raised its 4 hooves and transformed into a streak of golden light that shot towards the battlefield in front of it. "Today, I will kill you and avenge the destruction of my Dao Foundation." The ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan was called Lang Xiaolin. At this moment, he charged out furiously. On one hand, it was because he had a violent temper, and he was utterly unable to endure Yi Xian's arrogant provocation. On the other hand, Shi Lianfeng had been defeated too quickly. The two chaotic streams of space at the center of the chasm had only just been repaired halfway, and this process couldn't be interrupted. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. The space that was being repaired was extremely unstable. Even though Yi Xian was only at the Region Lord realm, he still possessed strength. But if he paid a certain price, he still possessed the ability to destroy it once more. In the end, Lang Xiaolin really did have monstrous resentment towards Yi Xian. The former universe Daoist of the Greedy Wolf clan had been captured by young Master Ling Hu not long ago, and he'd been able to return to his clan after paying the so-called exit fee. But even if he'd returned, his Dao Foundation had been destroyed, so his cultivation couldn't be recovered even with the assistance of the clan's sacred medicine. That universe Daoist was Lang Xiaolin's grandson, and he could be said to hate Yi Xian to the bone. So, it was within reason that he was the first to charge out right after Shi Lianfeng. "You're Lang Gongqiang's grandfather?" Yi Xian was rather surprised by this, and his expression instantly became slightly strange. He was stunned for a moment before he sneered. "I was able to capture Lang Gongqiang, so I can kill you as well. If you know what's good for you, then retreat. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Ignorant kid, I'll definitely kill you today." Roar. Greedy wolf howls at the moon. Lang Xiaolin roared furiously in the end. He raised his head towards the sky while a circle of golden ripples effused out from his body, and it instantly swept towards the distance. This was the Greedy Wolf clan's bloodline divine ability, Greedy Wolf howls at the moon. Not every single member of the Greedy Wolf clan was able to awaken it, and it was normal that no one in several generations was able to awaken it. However, as a half-step eternal ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan, it was naturally impossible for him to be unable to execute such a supreme bloodline divine ability. This final howl of the wolf didn't carry any anger, nor did it carry the slightest emotion. However, it seemed to be extremely long, and it seemed to carry some sort of strange rhythm within it. Even though his body was made of tough bones, there were still a few places where there were shallow cuts on his bones. Even his body of black fog, which was not a physical body, fluctuated for a few moments after being cut by several golden half-moonlight blades, causing Yi Xian to feel as if his soul and mind were shaken. These golden half-moonlight blades could actually affect both material and non-material forms of energy at the same time. Its power was strange, causing Yi Xian's heart to sink. When he looked back, the countless golden half-moonlight blades that had gathered and surged over had completely dissipated in the blink of an eye. They collapsed into specks of faint golden brilliance, and then dispersed again, turning into golden moonlight. The attack was traceless, and the golden half-moonlight blades were everywhere. They instantly condensed and covered the heavens and the earth as they descended. After this attack, all the golden half-moonlight blades instantly vanished and dispersed into golden moonlight. All of this was too strange, and it was impossible to guard against. Yi Xian frowned. This attack didn't cause much harm to him. After all, even though there were numerous golden half-moonlight blades that covered the heavens and the earth, only a few had struck him. Moreover, with his current powerful vital energy, he was able to resist it with ease. However, this wasn't a solution in the long run. Such a strange attack was utterly impossible to guard against, and he was in a very passive situation. He'd fallen into a predicament. Roar! Roar! Yi Xian burst into rage while holding back his anger. The three enormous heads of his demon ape true body roared furiously towards the sky while the energy within his body surged to its limits. His figure flashed, and he actually didn't dodge at all. He directly charged over to the enormous golden wolf, and then he swung his club and smashed it down with a bang. What? You've lost your composure just like that? You dare to go head-on against this exalt with your tiny cultivation at the Region Lord realm? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 40-21. When they saw Yi Xian charge towards Lang Xiaolin with the big-headed black club in hand and was actually prepared to fight the latter head-on, countless experts from the three camps sighed. They were certain that Yi Xian had lost his cool due to his anger. Because he had been lightly injured and lost face, he had lost his cool and made such a foolish move. This move, his big-headed black club, was powerful, and it was also a primordial treasure. Otherwise, how could an ordinary magic treasure be able to change its size at will and easily transform into a black club that was 200,000 meters long in the blink of an eye? Unfortunately, this primordial treasure might be able to beat the younger generation of the Universe Tao disciples, but it was clearly a little too careless when facing a half-step immortal. If Yi Xian's cultivation had also reached the half-step immortal realm, or even if he was merely at the early or middle stage of the universe realm, this swing of the club would more or less cause Lang Xiaolin to feel some fear. Unfortunately, the gap in their cultivations was too huge. Mo Qiufeng was merely at the third rank of the Region Lord realm, yet his target was at the half-step Undying realm. The gap of more than 2 realms of cultivation caused the outcome of this attack to be obvious. No matter how abundant one's vitality was, one's cultivation was a shortcoming that couldn't be ignored, and it restricted everything. Boom. Oh whoa. Just as everyone was sighing, the big-headed black club smashed onto Lang Xiaolin's head. On one hand, Yi Xian's speed was truly too fast. On the other hand, the latter was slightly careless and didn't take this swing seriously at all. Thus, he was smashed solid, and a shrill and miserable howl resounded. The howl reverberated through the void, causing everyone's expression to change drastically and their hearts to tremble slightly. A large lump appeared on the forehead of the giant golden wolf, as if it had grown a horn. Golden fur drilled out from the bulging lump. It was black and shiny, with a faint hint of green. It was a ghastly sight. How was it? How was this king's dog-beating club technique? Yi Xian had already quietly retreated when the cudgel struck down. He was still holding that 200,000 feet long black-headed cudgel in his hand, but there was a flicker of flame at the head of the cudgel. It was clearly dazzling, and it seemed to have 6 different colors. It was extremely beautiful. The Shenong pestle and the Shenong cauldron were a set. Therefore, the Shenong pestle could also release the Shenong strange flame. Earlier, with Yi Xian's current strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the half-step immortal Lang Xiaolin. But just as the big-headed black stick was about to hit Lang Xiaolin's head, a dazzling Shenong strange flame shot out from the tip of the stick. The 6-colored flame broke through Lang Xiaolin's defense, increasing the power of the stick. It also had the attributes of lightning and poison. With just one strike, Lang Xiaolin was almost knocked over on the spot. When the black stick smashed down, it made him feel like he was struck by lightning. After the strike, he fell into a weak state. It seemed like some sort of poison was wreaking havoc in his body. Although it wasn't very strong, it was extremely painful, and it made him let out a miserable howl. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. Countless experts from the 3 factions opened their mouths wide and were stunned. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. A half-step immortal realm expert was actually beaten to the point of tears and snot by a big-headed black stick. His entire body was spasming in midair like a pendulum. Like a pendulum. After a short moment of blankness and deathly silence, a huge wave of exclamations resounded. My God! Can someone tell me what happened? The greedy wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf, a half-step immortal realm expert, was actually beaten to the point of tears by a big-headed black stick. He's not just crying. Not only are his snot and tears flowing, his entire body is spasming. This is clearly the feeling of being beaten to the point of doubt. How savage! Is my younger brother really only at the Region Lord realm? If that's the case, then how can all of this be explained? It simply doesn't make sense. Something's not right. There's something strange about that big-headed black stick. When it smashed down earlier, there seemed to be a strange flame flashing past the head of the stick. Could it be that the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor was burned? Fuck off. Haven't you heard of a half-step ancestor who cries after being scalded? How can there be such a huge bruise on his head? He's clearly been smashed silly. As these cries of alarm sounded out, the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor, who had been struck by Yi Xian's staff to the point of doubting his life, had snot and tears flowing down his face. His violently twitching body finally recovered, and the pair of golden eyes that had been spinning in circles in his huge eye sockets also stopped. After he calmed himself down, he raised his claw to touch the bruise on his head, and then an even more miserable howl resounded once more. Ow! Little bastard. What the F***ck is that stick of yours? I'll F***king. At this moment, the greedy wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf, Lang Xiaolin, even had the intention to kill. He'd just recovered from his dazed state, and he immediately roared and cursed. The strength of this heavy stick wasn't sufficient to cause him to be in such a sorry state. However, it just so happened that the six-colored flame that flickered from the head of the black stick when it smashed down was too strange, and it actually directly broke through the defenses of his body. In this way, when this heavy stick smashed down, it was simply equivalent to dispersing his cultivation and forcefully enduring it without resisting at all. No matter how weak his opponent was, he was an old fellow at the Region Lord realm in the end. Moreover, he was wielding such a terrifying big-headed black stick. Under the circumstances that his body didn't have the slightest bit of defense, how could he endure such a blow? It was also at this moment that the devouring system in Yi Xian's body suddenly issued a familiar notification. The fifth transformation of the demonic ape that he had been deducing had actually been completed at this moment. This was definitely a pleasant surprise, causing Yi Xian to be inexplicably excited. Without any hesitation, he immediately raised his head and roared, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Fifth transformation. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and audible explosion sounded from within the gigantic body of the true devil ape. At this moment, the power of qi and blood in Yi Xian's body began to surge crazily like boiling water. Huff! As the power of qi and blood in his body surged, Yi Xian's gigantic body of the true devil ape, which was originally 100,000 feet tall, began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye like a balloon that had been blown up. 200,000 feet. 300,000 feet. Until it reached an enormous height of 3 million feet. In just the time of a few breaths, Yi Xian's figure had become as enormous as Lian Feng, who'd executed the fifth transformation of the demonic ape. At this moment, the greedy wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf, who was merely 100,000 feet tall, was simply like a tiny dot before Yi Xian. Even the aura of his cultivation that effused out from his body had risen explosively once more because of the successful activation of the fifth transformation of the demonic ape, and he'd attained the 4th rank of the Region Lord realm. He'd stepped into the intermediate stage of this realm from the initial stage to the intermediate stage. Chapter 40-22. As his body instantly expanded by 10 times, the originally 200,000 feet long big-headed black stick, which was much longer than Yi Xian's previous body, had now become a short stick. Yi Xian lowered his head to look, and a sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. Previously, it was only 200,000 feet, but it had already smashed the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor to the point of doubting life. If this black stick was a little bigger. Thinking of this, Yi Xian himself shuddered and couldn't help but shudder. It was also at this moment that the familiar system notification echoed in his head again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Current state, 4th rank Star Lord. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical state. Current state, 4th rank Star Lord. A breakthrough. This was within his expectations. Previously, Yi Xian had continuously made breakthroughs. Every time, he would devour a large amount of top-grade heavenly and earthly treasures, including the all-evil origin liquid. He would swallow 2 drops almost every time. These top-notch resources had not been completely refined in his body, and some of them still remained. Now, as he fought with the Battle Lion clan's ancestor Lion Lian Feng and the Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Golden Wolf Lang Xiaolin, and almost all of them were head-on battles, the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. The power of the top heavenly materials and earthly treasures that remained in his veins, bones, and blood finally melted and tore apart one of the shackles of human potential in his body, making Yi Xian's physical state soar by a minor level. This was like a bucket of water suddenly being filled with water, which directly led to his cultivation base. After the medicinal effects of these top-grade resources were absorbed, his overall strength skyrocketed, and he also broke through a small level. However, that wasn't the end, because this time, the absorption system inside Yi Xian's body finally had a result after deducing the fifth transformation of the wild lion for a long time. After activating the fifth transformation, Yi Xian's true form of a demonic ape was 10 times larger than before, reaching an astonishing height of 1,000,000 meters. It was like a small star. As his body expanded, the qi and blood in his body that was originally so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end instantly became as boundless as the sea, surging and surging in his meridians, bones, and blood. In one go, without any suspense, he once again tore apart the main shackles of the human body's potential. Thus, after the familiar sound of the system notification rang out for a second time, ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current state, 5th rank Star Lord. Ding! Congratulations to host. The 2 turbulent voids in the center of the heavenly void are going to be repaired soon. Once these 2 turbulent voids are repaired, the other 2 turbulent voids on the left and right side of the heavenly void will also be repaired immediately. In just 2 more hours, half of the 8 turbulent voids that form this heavenly void chasm will disappear, and the effect of blocking tens of millions of our troops will be blocked. It will completely dissipate. Prepare to support Old Monster Wolf. He won't be able to hold on for 2 more hours. As expected of one of the 4 monstrous geniuses, the existence known as the number 1 of the younger generation. Even the invincible war god who is tormenting the human race's camp is probably far inferior to him. At least, the invincible war god has never been defeated by half a step. But in this child's hands, there is already the second grand ancestor. No matter what, we have to hold on for 2 more hours. The 3rd and 4th turbulent voids must be repaired and the barrier will be broken. The overall situation of the entire battlefield will be reversed again. The human race, the Federation Senate, the various factions of the Second Universe have already participated in 2 battles. Next, it seems to be your turn. Only delaying for 2 more hours. Could it be that the various factions of the Second Universe would rather swallow this grievance? What I mean is, since we are going to fight, we have to ensure that we suppress him. If 1 grand ancestor is not enough, then send a few more half-defunct grand ancestors to fight him alone. This is a heavenly void battle, what face is there to talk about? This is seconded. Seconded. Quietly, a group of half-defunct grand ancestors reached an agreement in private and planned the nature of the next battle. They planned to shamelessly send a few half-step immortal realm experts to fight Yi Xian alone. This was really shameless. However, the benefits involved in a heavenly void battle of this heavenly void battle were too great. The entire heavenly void battle could fall into their hands. Not to mention these dozen half-step immortal realm experts, when necessary, even the true immortal realm experts could fall out with them. So what if they were shameless? As long as they could take down the demon race, the entire heavenly void battle of the first universe would basically fall into the control of these 2 great conquering factions. It would be divided by the various factions and factions of the second universe and the third universe. At that time, a large amount of cultivation resources would roll in, and the development of the factions and factions would enter the fast lane. Some of the top resources and heavenly treasures unique to the first universe would be collected by the factions below and offered to the core higher-ups of the various factions and factions for them to choose and enjoy. Use. This was definitely once and for all. After today's battle, what they would reap would be the cultivation resources that would be easily available for a long time in the future. Everyone knew how to choose. In fact, even the 11 immortal realm experts of various races who were hibernating in the void behind the two factions and only left a strand of divine sense to secretly enter the heavenly void battle of the first universe to pay close attention to the development of the situation. If it weren't for the fact that they were determined to get rid of the demon race's foundation ancestor, who was a huge problem in their hearts, right now, facing Yi Xian's order, the arrogance of a person would have already disregarded their status and personally attacked him. Old man, I'm afraid it's already too late to escape now. In the center of the void battlefield, Yi Xian saw the greedy wolf race's golden wolf ancestor turn around and flee without saying a word. He immediately sneered. The next moment, his figure flashed, and with a step, he had already blocked in front of the other party. There was no other way. His current body was too huge, like a giant star. With a single step, he could cross millions of miles. Boom! With an arrow stride in the void to block the other party's escape route, Yi Xian did not waste any more words. With a cold light in his eyes, the right hand of the flesh and blood body of the three great true bodies suddenly shook, and the black-headed stick that was more than 1,000,000 feet long was instantly swung out, facing the greedy wolf race's golden wolf race who was looking at him in shock. Wolf ancestor. Who? Gotcha! At this moment, near the head of the black-headed stick, the Shenong's 6-colored flames appeared with a loud bang. As Yi Xian smashed down with the stick, the huge force and the power of the Shenong's 6-colored flames overlapped, causing the void of the universe to emit a cracking sound that made one's teeth ache, as if it was about to collapse at any time. It was too ferocious. With a swing of the stick, the wind and clouds changed color. Before the black-headed stick landed in front of him, the golden wolf undying of the greedy wolf race's legs had already gone soft. On his face that was filled with shock and despair, his eyes burst out with a thick light of despair. Bang! Oh whoa! Chapter 40-24. Bang! A woo, a long, mournful howl resounded in the void. Anyone who saw it would be moved, and those who heard it would shed tears, as the black-headed stick smashed onto Golden Wolf Ancestor's body. His bloodline true body was blown away like a scarecrow. This strike was too ruthless. Previously, when the black-headed cudgel was only 100,000 feet long, it had directly smashed a shocking large bruise on his head. It was as if a horn had grown on his head, and it was lofty and lofty. Now, because of Yi Xian's sudden increase in size, the black-headed rod had already transformed into an enormous rod that was over 1,000,000 meters tall. When the rod smashed down, it almost smashed the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor into minced meat. If he only relied on brute force, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to shake the half-step immortal Lang Xiaolin at all. However, the moment before the black-headed stick smashed down, the tip of the stick spewed out a dazzling Shenong unusual flame. The 6-colored flame directly broke through the defense, increasing the power of the stick strike. It could greatly increase the power of the stick, and it also had the attributes of lightning and poison. When the black-headed stick smashed down, not only did he feel as if he was struck by lightning, but he also fell into a weakened state after the strike. Some kind of poison seemed to be wreaking havoc in his body. Although it wasn't very strong, it was excruciating. Otherwise, how could a half-step golden wolf ancestor let out such a miserable howl in public? At this moment, he was once again hit by the second club. His entire body was convulsing in the air like a pendulum. He probably wouldn't be able to catch his breath in a short period of time. The pair of golden eyes in his huge eye sockets were spinning in circles, and stars were flying everywhere. In the void, waves of hissing sounds rang out once more. In the three camps facing each other, countless experts sucked in cold breaths of air, and their expressions changed as they cried out in alarm once more. The situation isn't good. This is only the second stick, and this golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan can't take it anymore. His huge true body was smashed away like a scarecrow. When he finally stopped, he's still spinning in circles in the void, completely lost. This is too shocking. A half-step immortal ancestor of a clan is going to be killed by a stick. This is too cruel. Killing a half-dead old monster, an ancestor-level existence, is actually going to be killed in public. The devil cultivator is really F***king cruel. It seems to be too early to say this, right? So what if it's the second stick? The golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan was beaten so badly that he was spinning in the void, but didn't he withstand it in the end? He didn't explode. Demon brother Imo Fong is monstrous, but his strength is too weak after all. The half-rotten old ancestor of the barbarian bull clan let out a roar. His 10,000 zhang huge barbarian bull true body glowed with faint green light. His speed increased, and he got closer and closer. The two golden horns on his head flickered with golden light. No one doubted their sharpness. Once Mo Feng's 10,000 zhang devil ape true body was hit by these two horns, if Mo Jinfeng were to collide with Mo Jinfeng's golden horn, his stomach would definitely burst open. Gong Shou Axian, the vice palace master of the Tianju Palace, a half-rotten realm expert, let out a cold snort. His whole body was protected by the five-colored godly smoke, making him illusory. Without a trace of smoke, he rapidly shot over. Once he got close, he would definitely deliver a killing blow. The half-dead Long Si Xia of the Immortal Dynasty had a sea of star sand above his head. He strode forward and covered the 10,000 li radius of his head with endless star sand. Each of these star sand grains could turn into a small meteor. They were extremely heavy and could both defend and attack. They were also not afraid of Mo Fo, the imperial brother of the demon dwellers. Mo Jinfeng's big-headed black stick was enough to block it. Sao was also at the half-rotten realm. Now that he'd revealed his bloodline true body, his wingspan spanned 1,000,000 kilometers, and he was actually the first to approach within 5,000 kilometers of Mo Jinfeng. His entire body was suffused with golden flames as he opened his mouth and spat out a sea of flames towards Mo Jinfeng's enormous body. It surged over. This was using offense as a defense, using the sea of flames to hinder Mo Jinfeng, preventing him from swinging the big-headed black stick in his hand to attack. Golden Crow Fire. Are you forcing this king to play with fire with you? Seeing a large cloud of golden flames sweeping over, Yi Xian wasn't shocked, but instead laughed. At this time, the golden moon of the greedy wolf in the sky had already disappeared due to the death of the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor. Yi Xian didn't dare to use magical techniques and other energy attacks before, but now he wasn't restricted by this. Seeing that the other party had provoked him with fire, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he directly pulled out a large expanse of majestic torrents from the internal space of the Shenong cauldron in his body. Sea of heavenly flames. Each cluster of flames had 6 strange colors. It was the Shenong 6-colored flame. The Shenong strange flame was different. It was not an ordinary flame. When Yi Xian ignited the Shenong strange flame in the cauldron with his heart fire, it was only a small cluster of flames at first, but now, in the Shenong flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong cauldron, there were already towering waves of flames. Chapter 40-28. The scene in the space ahead was truly too unsightly. An ocean of flames had completely trapped the 4 half-aged ancestors of the 2 camps, whereas Mo Xiufeng, who was merely at the Region Lord realm, had only made a single move, and he'd terrified the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Extinction Palace, Gong Shouxin, and the half-aged elder of the Eternal Dynasty, Si Xia, to the point of hiding. They hid at the edges of the empty space at the center of the ocean of flames. They were like frightened rabbits. On the other hand, the half-aged senior elder of the Myriad Net Federation, who just suffered a beating from the ocean of flames, was in an even worse state. At this moment, he was like a helpless little girl that had been stripped of her clothes, and he'd finally recovered his soul with great difficulty. When he turned around to look at Mo Xiufeng, who held the black club, he actually let out a sharp cry. Then, he scampered towards the corner as well. As for Mo Xiufeng, he seemed to be completely unafraid of the half-aged senior elder of the barbarian bull clan from the second universe, who'd been clamoring about suppressing Mo Xiufeng earlier because of his rough skin and flesh that was said to be number 1 in defense. On the other hand, he'd even been struck by the club to the point his legs went weak. At this moment, he was still sitting in midair while his eyes were spinning and counting the stars in the sky. Even one of the golden horns on his head that was said to be peerlessly sharp had been broken, and the terrifying bruise that was twice the size of an ox's head was even more horrifying. Even though the 4 half-aged ancestors had shamelessly clamored about fighting a junior who was merely at the Region Lord realm, they truly possessed imposing auras that were peerless when they charged out from their respective flagship fortresses earlier. Yet now, they hadn't even been able to make a move before they were completely trapped. They'd been reduced to trapped beasts in a cage, and they shivered while hiding in the corner. Such a scene really made people blush with shame. In the 3 camps that were facing each other from 20 million kilometers away in the void, a wave of cheers immediately rang out from the demon race. There were even people who were booing, full of ridicule and ridicule. When facing all of this, the 2 camps on the other side of the chasm were filled with the sounds of suffocation. Some experts had already raised their hands to cover their faces, yet they didn't dare make a single sound of ridicule. However, they were truly unable to continue watching, and their faces that were covered by their palms had turned slightly red. How embarrassing! Not only was she ashamed, but she was also resentful. However, they were completely speechless. The other party's cultivation was 2 realms weaker than theirs. Moreover, it was 1 against 4, yet the result was like this. It was too embarrassing.